Переклад, підкажіть, будь ласка, чи добре чутно переклад на англомовному каналі?
Шановні колеги, гості, доброго дня. Будемо починати, тому, будь ласка, беріть навушники для перегляду і займайте свої місця. So, dear guests, to start now. So please proceed to take the headphones for the translation. It is just there on the entrance. And take your seats. So my name is Tatiana Zhukova. I am from the Human Rights Center Zmina. And today I will be helping you with providing technical information about this event. So first of all, I am really happy to welcome you today at the second international conference, Crimea Global. And I'm happy to welcome you during this snowy day here. First of all, I will tell the security measures which we will take during this conference. So I will update you during the air raid alarms each time. And if there is a serious risk, we will monitor all the risks, yes, all the dangers. And when there is a serious risk of rocket or drone attack, organizers will announce it, and then we will help you to evacuate to the shelters. So let's stay safe, and let's thank to the armed forces of Ukraine for protecting us. And let's begin with the opening ceremony. So I would like to invite here to moderate this ceremony the Vaden Karpyak, who is the Ukrainian journalist, TV and radio host. Yeah, thank you.
Дякую. Пані та панове,
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizers, I am happy to welcome everyone in this room. And it's quite symbolic. Today is November the 21st, and this is the Dignity and Freedom Day in Ukraine. And on this day, we have the second international conference, Crimea Global, Understanding Ukraine Through the South. Its objective is to develop the dialogue with the countries of Africa, Asia, and South America to explain to the world the Ukrainian vision for peace. Before we start, we'll have the opening ceremony. It's going to be dynamic and fast, but also I must note who was involved in the organization of this conference. Civil society organizations, that's very important. The Media Initiative for Human Rights, Zmina Human Rights Center, and the Ukrainian PEN. Also, this conference is organized at the initiative of the Office of the Crimea Platform, the support of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, and Gennady Udovenko Diplomatic Academy of Ukraine. We are here in these walls at the moment. And the partners are the Center for Information Resilience, the Crimea SOS, and the East European Development Institute. And let's note one more technical thing. We had a minor change to the agenda, but it's very convenient to follow the changes using the QR code, which is on the reverse side of your badges. So that one is the link to the latest agenda, because the printout version is a previous version. So now I'm happy to give the floor to Tamila Tasheva, the permanent representative of the President of Ukraine in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea. Their agency initiated this conference. Over to you, Tamila. Thank you, Vadim. Thank you. Esteemed guests, esteemed partners, friends. This year, which passed, has become the decisive year in strengthening the interest to Crimea and strengthening the relationship with the countries of the Global South. In this time, we've seen not just the development of interstate cooperation and strengthening the ties between civil societies, the artists, the journalists, the activists from all over the world. So it's not only statehood work. This is a shared approach built on interlinking people and creating the connections about people. I would like to say thanks once again to our partners from civil society organizations and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to everyone who helped organize this. Your dedication to our joint cause is extremely valuable. And a special thanks to those who found courage to come to Ukraine to witness everything in their own eyes. To be able to then share with their own countries. This year which passed has shown that Crimea is not just a spot on the map, it's a unique place which can be the basis for the dialogue with the countries of Africa, Asia, Central and Southern America. This conference started last year and it continues despite all difficulties, because the topics which we discuss here are much wider than merely Crimean or military issues. It's about the historic legacy, the colonial legacy, the rights of nations and security. Every Ukrainian now feels the touch of war. The war touches every household. People who organize this summit are internally displaced persons, people who are relatives of those who fight for Ukraine or already has given their life for Ukraine. And their experience reminds us that war is not something abstract. War is a reality which affects the destinies of millions of people. Now, when Ukraine starts its third winter of war, Russia keeps terrorizing our energy infrastructure. But still, despite all difficulties, we continue fighting for our future, for the future of Crimea, for freedom and for our dignity. For us, this war has been going on for over 10 years. It all started with the occupation of Crimea. It was there where Russians have tested their model of crimes against civilian population, and now they engage in those crimes all over Ukraine. But even after 10 years of occupation, the resistance in Crimea goes on. Over 1,000 manifestations of solidarity with Ukraine happened in the recent 3 years. It's not only the part of this struggle of our compatriots under occupation. The matter of Crimea is not just a matter of sovereignty, it's a matter of overcoming the colonial legacy. Historically, Crimea has always had ties with mainland Ukraine, and these ties have never been the relationship of a colony and a metropolis. While Russian presence in Crimea, starting in 18th century, it's a classical colonization. Today, we also talk about our resilience and strength in regaining control over the Black Sea. And we see that even in the most difficult conditions, Ukraine remains the guarantor of the global food safety and food security. Our military showed their effectiveness regaining the stability in the region. And at least 29 Russian warships have been destroyed or damaged, and it's a significant element in our fight. In August 2023, this has helped us establish a temporary corridor after the grain deal was stopped. And in this corridor, despite the ongoing threat from the Russian occupying forces, 76.8 million tons of produce were exported from Ukraine. Most of that is grains. That corridor is of critical value for the global food security, especially for those countries who really depend on Ukrainian grain. Yeah, the operations of this corridor bear significant risks. This October only, several vessels have been have been attacked by Russian missiles and the port infrastructure. These strikes caused casualties and damages. But the corridor still operates. It shows the decisiveness of Ukraine when, even in complicated conditions, we keep supplying food to the world. Our objective is freedom for Crimea. The peace formula initiated by the President of Ukraine, Zelensky, is a guiding post on that path. It reiterates on the regaining of Ukrainian sovereignty over the peninsula and ensuring all the conditions for the native peoples of Crimea, including my nation, the Crimean Tatars, the nation which keeps living there under occupation. I would like to reiterate again, Crimea is Ukraine. We know this, we believe in this, and we bring the day closer, the day when all Ukraine will be free. Thank you. Thank you, Tamila. And now I give the floor to Maxim Subh, the Special Representative of Ukraine for the Middle East and Africa from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. Greetings. It's a very high honor for me to speak in front of this esteemed audience, and it's an important event indeed, which becomes a traditional event. I would like, before I start my speech, to express my gratitude to Ms. Tamila Tasheva for the invitation and for this huge work which she and her office are doing so that international attention on Crimea and the liberation of Crimea would remain. I would like also to welcome Mr. Nariman Jalal, first deputy head of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people. It's a great honor and a great joy for us that Nariman is here in Ukraine, among us, among his people. On behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and on behalf of me personally, I would like to say thanks to all the organizers of this conference, because you started a very important topic, how global South countries can understand Ukraine and how we can establish cooperation with the countries of Africa, Asia and South America. We must admit that Ukraine, for quite a long time, underestimated the importance of cooperation with the countries from those regions. We put our attention on the cooperation with European countries and Northern American countries. But in the last few years, we've realized that mistake, and now the cooperation with the countries of Asia, Africa, and South America and Central America is one of the priorities of Ukrainian foreign policy. So now when Ukraine has opened a set of new embassies, in particular in African countries, we keep working to spread truthful, validated and reliable information about the essence and the nature of the Russian aggression. I can give a few examples which show the importance of this work. Despite war, despite the need to focus on the defense of Ukraine, in the last 2 years we've activized work to promote the national interests of Ukraine in African countries, implementing the tasks outlined by the Relationship Development Strategy for African countries, which we approved in January 2022. We already have opened embassies in 7 countries of Africa. We also have a good development in the relationship with Asian countries. A good example of that is the visit of Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi. It's the first visit of that kind in the history of our 2 states. Also, in the last few years in Ukraine, we've seen leadership of African countries. In particular, the president of Guinea-Bissau came to Kyiv, and the leaders of several African countries, the Comore Islands, South African Republic, Senegal, Zambia, the Prime Minister of Egypt, and special envoys of governments and presidents of Uganda and the Republic of Congo. But we do not limit ourselves to the development of this official component of our relationship. This year, the MFA has organized 4 press tours for the media representatives in Latin, so that the press tours for media representatives of Latin America and Africa to Ukraine. And one of these is happening this week. I would like to note that the journalists of these countries also were able to take part in the summary press conference and to ask questions to the families of the prisoners of war and civilian detainees from Crimea. And I'm confident that this all would help improve the attention of the countries to Ukraine, its legacy, and it would help strengthen our cooperation. And an important place in all this process is put with Crimean platform, which keeps getting new participants. This year, on the fourth summit of the Crimean platform, we've heard the voice of another member, Argentina, and there were also African countries such as the Comor Islands, Liberia, Ghana, countries of the Pacific region, and Latin America, Tonga, Chile, and Brazil. Some of these countries were taking part in the events of the Crimean platform for the first time, but we hope that they will keep taking part in this mechanism, which is aimed to restore the territorial integrity of Ukraine. We also want to establish closer ties with the civil society of these countries. It's very important that the journalists, media representatives, civil society activists would understand Ukraine, take interest in Ukraine, take part in events like this one, so that later they would help us tell the truth to their compatriots. I'm confident that the exchange of ideas and information which you receive at this year's conference, Crimea Global, would help improve the awareness of the expert community and the civil societies of the Global South about the situation in Ukraine, our plans to end the war on just conditions, and the perspectives of just peace in Ukraine. And we can give a great example of how Global South countries care about Ukraine. It's their participation in the Peace Summit in Switzerland. The Russian aggression poses a danger for the global security now, and this war shows once again that actually our world is small. And now it's no longer possible when Russia launched this large-scale war in Europe. It is no longer possible to stay safely isolated only because you live on the other continent. You would still feel the consequences. One of those is the worsening of the food crisis, as Tamila said. Essentially, by indistinct shelling of Ukrainian port infrastructure, by mining the agricultural fields of Ukraine, Russia takes hostages for the sake of its neo-colonial and imperialistic ambitions. Russia weaponizes food security. Despite all odds, Ukraine is one of the guarantors of world food security. I would like to remind you that a few days ago there was the 1000th day of the full-scale Russian invasion into Ukraine, and Russia launched the most massive attack on the energy infrastructure sites in Ukraine. And yet we must remember that the war has been going on for over 10 years, and it started with the occupation of Crimea. And we've heard how Russia spreads the narratives about the neo-colonial policies and politics of European countries, while Russia deliberately disguises the fact that Russian Empire has been a colonial state and is a colonial state as such, which uses conquer to subjugate other nations. And this is the way it took Crimea. They just negated the rights of Crimean Tatar people. They would just transfer the so-called Russian population to Crimea. Now, rewriting the history according to Russia's imperial ambitions, Russia claims that Crimean Peninsula has been historically belonging to them and that Ukraine was quote-unquote artificially created. Unfortunately, the issues of the rights of native peoples, it's not only about the cultural identity of these nations, but also about the basic human rights to make sure they are on par with other citizens. Very often, native peoples are persecuted. They are targeted by deliberate assimilation policies, or sometimes they are just deported, or the conditions not fit for the survival are created so that these people would become forced migrants. And this can be said about Crimean Tatars. 80 years ago, the whole nation was accused by then leadership of the Soviet Union, and in cattle rail cars they were taken to Central Asian countries without the right to return home. Several countries already, Latvia, Lithuania, and Canada, Estonia, Poland, and Ukraine already recognized that event as the act of genocide against the Crimean Tatar people. And in the territory of Crimea, which is temporarily occupied by Russia, essentially the genocide of Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians is going on. Crimean Tatars managed to return to their homeland in the time of Ukrainian independence. And the destruction of cultural and national identity are the tools that Russia uses not only in Crimea, but also in other temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine. This is unacceptable for the modern world. It cannot be accepted by civilized society. After World War II, the world has developed certain rules, the rules for the civilized society, and the United Nations were supposed to be the guarantor and the safeguard for these rules, but Russia just violated all the rules and started following the principle: if Russia is happy with something in international law, it fulfills that. If Russia is not happy, it will just ignore these rules.
As a bright example of that would be a violation of territorial integrity of Ukraine, illegal occupation of the Ukrainian territory, and also holding the so-called referenda and elections, and also open blackmail against other countries which are offering support for the benefit of our country. We are confident that the world has to provide the team safety, fully abiding by the norms and standards of international law, and without any promotion given to those who violate such rules. We do strongly believe that all of those countries who do respect the international laws and UN Charter will get united around the peace formula, which offers comprehensive vision which take us to the end of this war and instituting fair peace. And such would be impossible without involvement of the countries from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And thus we do hope and believe that our event today will take us one step closer to better understanding of the actions that we have to take to sustain peace in Ukraine, in the region, and the rest of the world. With that, wishing all of you and all of us productive conference, and thank you for your attention. Thank you, dear Maxim. At the beginning of your speech, you mentioned about Nariman Jalal, who would be the first chair of the Majlis of Crimean Tatars, which is one of the indigenous peoples in Ukraine, and we are happy to invite Mr. Nariman to this stage. As you remember, he was one of the prisoners of war. He was detained 5,000 kilometers away from his native land, and now, following the release, he has reunited with us, and I am happy on that, my dear friends. I'm happy to address you from this esteemed podium, to be part of you in this esteemed audience. And on behalf of the Majlis of Crimean Tatars, I would like to express our appreciation to organizers, to hosts of this conference, as well as all of you for taking part. As it was indicated, I'm a Crimean journalist any political actor, the first deputy of the representative authority of Crimean Tatar people, which is the Majlis. I spent 3 years in a Russian prison because I openly protested against occupation of the Russian Federation, and I was released from that custody only 5 months ago. In 2014, Ukrainian citizens, including Crimean Tatars, we were literally taken hostages of the repressive regime of the Crimea. Many of us openly protested against unlawful actions of the Russian Federation in Crimea. And as you remember, on the 26th of February 2014, in front of the Crimean parliament, we had almost 15,000 of Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians. And all of us, within one day, stood for defense of the Crimean Peninsula, deterring it by at least one day, preventing the unlawful aggression. But Russia started very violent repressions, kidnapping people, closing the borders for us to cross, and also arresting Crimean Tatar activists, sometimes persecuting us and applying tortures and persecution of journalists. In occupied territories, this has been 11 years so far where such violations of human rights and freedoms, including personal integrity and safety, are violated. The prohibition on the freedom of congregation and fair justice were violated. As the result, many civil society activists and public figures, they have reported such cases. And as the result of such unlawful and inappropriate persecution, part of them were forced to leave the territory of Crimea, while others were arrested. I stayed in Crimea throughout all this time until September, when myself and two of my brothers, Rustam and Aziz, were framed and taken to court in custody, and I got 17 years sentenced to imprisonment. And I became a part of the huge community of political prisoners. Poor nutrition, moral and physical abuse, and humiliation in Ukraine, and of course, lack of access to justice. Surviving all these unlawful and deceitful processes was probably the most difficult challenge for me to face. The investigating parties, the prosecutors, and the court, they were confident of my conviction, but this judicial process had nothing to do with fair justice. All of the judges directly violating the law became the party of prosecution. As another example, today in the morning, the Supreme Court of the Russian Federation was hearing on the cassation appeal on my case as well as cases of my brothers, Hassan and Artem. Despite the fact that since June 2024 I'm out of custody and out of the territory of the Russian Federation, the judge unlawfully claims that I was duly notified about the course proceedings and refused to take part. Definitely, this is outrageous. So, unlawful violation of the judiciary proceedings prevents you and us from protecting our rights. In the pretrial detention center in Sevastopol, I was humiliated, subject to corporal punishment, and I was forced to sing the anthem of Ukraine. Most of the time during the day and also the night, we had to stay in a prone position because there was no place to sit and lay prone, and we were also subjected to other types of physical and psychological pressure. Many other prisoners were also subjected to corporal punishments and electrification. And also in prison I met another prisoner who came from Kherson Oblast, who told me that the occupational forces were torturing his wife in Chongara, forcing him to sign the plea for the crimes that he did not commit. Another Ukrainian described how he and other prisoners were regularly beaten and then taken to the shooting range. But they were shooting over the top of their heads and enjoying that process because this was kind of a recreative activity for them. But these are only few examples of inhumane tortures, one other example of which would be a failure to provide the necessary health services. On the way from Crimea to the prison in Krasnoyarsk, I fell ill, but I was not provided with any health service. All the medicines that my wife brought me to the prison were confiscated, so I had to find face to face with my disease. In February this year, I also fell seriously ill. All day long, myself, as well as my prison mate, were asking for health service to be provided, but that was neglected. I was not even allowed to lay on my bed, so I had to stay prone on the floor of my prison cell, trying to recover. Another good friend of mine, Irina Dolinovich, has very severe neurological impairment and hearing function impairment. Ahmed Suleimanov requires a heart surgery without which he might die soon enough. Tofik Abdulgazizov is in a very difficult health condition, having been diagnosed with a range of diseases and having lost 40 kilograms of body weight. But court neglected those facts in considering their release, despite all of the lawful grounds to do so. Following the request from the Turkish ombudsman, appealing to the Russian counterpart, but she responded that Tofik feels absolutely well. So, also, Alexander Sizikov, being blinded and very ill health, was also detained, and now he's been deprived from healthcare services for 2.5 years. Throughout all that time, the prison clinicians announced that he will have to wait for in the waiting list up until February next year. Based on our estimates, about 60 Crimean prisoners of war and political prisoners do require urgent healthcare services, but because of lack of access to health services, two Crimean prisoners, Jamil Tafarov and Konstantin Shilin, have already died in that incarceration. 218 officially recognized and reported political prisoners, including 132 Crimean Tatars among them. These are only officially reported data. But the repressive policy was not put on hold for a single day ever since the start of the armed aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine, which now has escalated to outrageous scale. Currently, there is not a single Ukrainian citizen living in the Crimean Peninsula who can feel safe and able to protect one's rights and life. People living in Crimea live in an atmosphere of fear and suspicion, lack of confidence in relationship and attitude against each other under the pressure of the occupational forces. For example, taking part in the unlawful elections or the so-called special military operation or joining some propaganda events. These are the results of targeted and purposeful policy and actions implemented by the Russian occupational forces in the Crimean Peninsula, clearly understanding that the occupational forces are trying to conceal their crimes. The freedom of speech and mass media of open style are hugely oppressed. We also 18 unlawfully Crimean journalists have been detained behind the bars. The same relates to the lawyers who defend political prisoners. Recently, the search was done in the household of Rustem Hamelov and Lilia Hamelova. Rustem was accused in discreditation of the armed forces of Russian Federation and propaganda of the Nazi symbolics, and he was fined in the amount of 50,000 rubles and also detained for 10 days of administrative arrest, and we can clearly understand that any time he might be taken into custody again. Nevertheless, Ukrainian citizens living in Crimea still sustain their love to the country, to their motherland, as well as protecting their rights and freedoms to the extent possible. Thousands of my fellow mates, they are expecting for the soonest possible deoccupation of the Crimean Peninsula. This is very difficult to observe that, especially from outside, but even inside, staying somewhere in Yalta, Simferopol, or Sevastopol. We can also see that the Russian occupational forces are providing inadequate and very fierce response to any manifestation of loyalty manifested by the Ukrainian citizens as well as indigenous people, the Crimean Tatars, in favor of Ukraine in their motherland. And nevertheless, we are strongly minded to demonstrate to the rest of the world our true intent to clearly support our fight for the liberation of the country and resistance to unlawful occupation. And respectively, as the reaction to that, we can see forceful mobilization and other repressive actions deployed by the Russian Federation occupational forces, forcing us to fight against the Ukrainian defense forces. And in order to prevent that, there are thousands who are leaving the peninsula, going for the mainland of Ukraine. But most importantly, we have to clearly declare that this is the repressive policy deployed by the Russian Federation to force Crimean Tatars and other citizens of Ukraine still residing in the territory of peninsula to leave it. And while Ukraine is taking major efforts in order to seek release of Ukrainian prisoners of war and take them from the custody, such number is growing at the cost of imprisoning both the prisoners of war and political prisoners, and thus release of Ukrainian citizens and stopping any kind of unlawful persecution, as well as providing the securities and guarantees to all of the Ukrainian and people living in the territory of Ukraine can be sustained only in case of the liberation of the peninsula with the efforts of the sovereign state with support from the international community. And we should clearly understand that we should prevent hundreds, thousands of undefended hostages of law which otherwise can be oppressed by the Russian Federation. And thus we have to unite our efforts in supporting the armed forces of Ukraine and sustaining the capacity of our state to protect our citizens and recover the occupied territories, which in its turn will translate into protection of our democratic values, rights and freedoms of the people. On that note, I'd like to thank you for your attention and express my sincere hope and expectation that with our shared efforts we'll be able to stop aggression of Russia and liberate huge numbers of people who do deserve to live in freedom and peace. Thank you so much, dear Nariman. All of those fearful facts which you have described in your speech, definitely we hear them over and over again, but This is not a single time that we can get used to that and accustomed to that, because these are the matters of the human dignity, human freedom, and rights. And with that, I have the pleasure of inviting Olga Reshetilova, who is the co-founder and coordinator of the NGO Media Initiative for Human Rights. And she's also one of the representatives of the conference organizing team. Thank you.
Esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the co-organizers of the second Crimea Global Conference and the Ukrainian civil society, let me express our heartfelt gratitude to all of you for being here today. Also, my special thanks to our partners, Permanent Mission of the President of Ukraine in Crimea and Crimean Platform Office for arranging this conference for the second time, despite of all challenges we have. We know how not easy this process was. I also would like to admit the symbolic day that we are celebrating today in Ukraine, the Day of Dignity and Freedom. Exactly 20 years ago, on November 22, 2004, a group of students from my university, the Ostroh Academy, the ancient university in the Eastern Europe, and I traveled to Kyiv to protest against unfair presidential elections. At that time, I was a second-year student and didn't fully grasp the meaning of words like decolonization or Ruski Mir. However, what drove my fellow students and me was a profound sense of injustice and outrage over the blatant theft of our choice. I remember on that day, November 22, 2004, just like today, the first snow fell. For the next 3 weeks, through snow and frost, we stood on the streets of Kyiv, demanding the annulment of falsified elections results. These events came to be known as the Orange Revolution. For my generation, that was the beginning of a long fight for a democratic Ukraine. For us, this struggle has spanned already 20 years. For our people, it has lasted over 4 centuries. At that time, Russian propaganda claimed, perhaps even in your countries as well, that the Orange Revolution was orchestrated and funded by Americans. Yet, as we traveled to Kyiv, risking being excluded from universities, job loss, or even arrest, none of us had any knowledge of foreign support. We were there to defend our choice and our future. Similarly, Russian propaganda lied about the events of the Revolution of Dignity, which coincidentally also began on November 21, 9 years later. For Russians, imperialists at heart, it's unclear that people would willingly stand up to a dictatorship. It's even harder for them to believe that individuals might sacrifice their lives for freedom. Russia lied about the events in Crimea too. Vladimir Putin claimed that Crimea was annexed without a single drop of blood. But you've just heard what Nariman said about what is happening in Crimea. The terror against the local population continues even after 10 years of occupation. Russian propaganda also fabricated tales about the armed conflict in eastern Ukraine, which started in 2014, claiming it was led by local miners and tractor drivers. But miners, regardless of their motives, do not kill or torture people for raising the Ukrainian flag or speaking the Ukrainian language. Such actions were carried out by Russian proxies sent to Donbass for a hybrid annexation of these territories. Having faced no adequate consequences for its earlier crimes, not only in Ukraine, but also in Chechnya, Georgia, Syria, and various African countries, Russia escalated its plans, culminating in the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. The absence of accountability for its aggression has emboldened Russia to construct a network of dictatorships across the globe, leveraging economic influence, distort historical narratives, like, for example, in African countries, propaganda, or proxies like the Wagner Group. As a human rights organization, we understand all too well the consequences of Russia's presence. Colleagues from Syria and African nations can undoubtedly attest to this. Wherever Russian forces are present, there are systematic human rights violations, including enforced disappearances, arbitrary detentions, and torture. Since the full-scale invasion, our organization has identified over 2,000 civilians unlawfully detained by Russia, though the actual number could be significantly higher. Russia targeted hospitals, schools, and civilian infrastructure, both in Syria and Ukraine, with calculated precision. Yet the existing international system is failing to provide adequate response to these crimes, let alone prevent future ones. Moreover, Russia is creating its parallel legal reality. Through trials of captured Ukrainian civilians and prisoners of war, they aim to establish an alternative tribunal that has nothing in common with justice. Their goal is to undermine global unity around the International Criminal Court and other accountability mechanisms. All these pressing issues, visible from Ukraine, the epicenter of seismic shifts of the global order, are what we hope to discuss during the Crimea Global Conference 2024. While we may not find solutions to every problem here, the dialogue with representatives from non-Western countries, now in its second year, is incredibly valuable. As we noted yesterday during our special event in Chernihiv, our challenges often intersect. Exchanges of ideas, experiences, and perspectives are the seeds from which new solutions and the higher quality of international relationships can grow. We deeply appreciate that in these challenging times for Ukraine, you have agreed to be here with us. For Ukrainian civil society, it's crucial to be reliable partners for you as well, and to stand by your side, by side of freedom and justice, whenever needed. Thank you.
Дякую, пані Олю. До моменту, коли напала на
And in Ukraine, there were quite a lot of international students up until the full-scale invasion. Of course, when the full-scale war started, many of them left, but not all. And it's my pleasure to invite Anurag Krishna to the stage. He's the student of the Vinnytsia National Pyrgov Medical University who continues studying in Ukraine, and he is a medical volunteer. Over to you, Anurag.
Namaste everyone, Namaste Ukraine, Dobro dnia всем. My name is Anurag Krishna, I'm head of international students, Vinnytsia National Medical University. It's been 2 years I returned back to Ukraine on 6th of July 2022. My first step, and there was a Trivoga. I was unaware of the announcement Trivoga and Vidvi. I was not aware what happens after Trivoga and what happens after Vidbi. Patrolling police, they saw us on the street and they helped us to reach my apartment. Since then, the experience is a roller coaster. Every day we are under attack. Every day our classes are interrupted. Every day we are going to bunkers. If we are organizing anything, any event for international students, we are organizing in bunkers. If we are organizing in the central hall of the university or anywhere, we usually go to bunkers because there is an air alarm. This lifestyle has actually embedded in ourselves, in our mental tectona. It disturbs us every day. During this tense hour, when I came back, by the way, when the war started, I was in India. But I decided to come back to Ukraine because I think that if I continue my study in Ukraine, if I have started my studies in Ukraine, I will end my study in Ukraine. I'm very, very highly proud Indian to study in Ukraine in a historic Vinnytsia National Medical University. Vinnytsia, thank you. Vinnytsia was not ready for 14th of July when the attack happened at the center of the city. I was not far from that place. I was buying ticket for Kyiv when there was an attack. It attacked the center, medical center, NeuroMed. Innocent lives, children. It was devastating. But still, you know, the resilience of international students. I was one of the first students to come back after the war. And many people saw me, my friends, my colleagues of university. They said, Anurag, what is the way coming back to Ukraine? How you came? Ukraine is not giving visa to international students right now to come back. I said, I came through Moldova. After twice, my visa was rejected. I came to Vinnytsia. I told my friends that, okay, now it's time. If you want to come, I'll show you the way, and you can come back to Vinnytsia, and you can continue study. They came back. Around 8 to 9 months, 1,100 international students were there. Out of that, 90% were Indians. Now we have 247 international students in Vinnytsia National Medical University. I salute to the resilience of international students in our university and across Kyiv. This commitment to coming back to Ukraine was more about showing the strength and to walk shoulder to shoulder with Ukrainian citizens. And I'm proud to my colleagues and friends. I thank my university administration, to all those countries who gave visa to Indians and other international students to come back to Ukraine to support during this hard time. During this time, war is not only the thing we can just be into. I tried to organize different kind of events. I tried to make my friends motivated to stay here because many of them left the university, and it's not their mistake. During this time, I organized a small foundation called House of Indians. When Kherson was flooded, Indian students donate a lot of amount of goods, water, food, and sanitary things for people who were affected by flood in Kherson. We also collaborated with City Council of Vinnytsia and tried to do whatever it was possible to make lives better for people who were affected in Kherson. Also, during this war, I lost my dog. Everyone here can feel the loss of their pet. So I decided to visit different kind of pet shelters, to to give food and everything to them. During this unfortunate, terrible time, I believe our resilience, our strength, our endurance will always keep us high-headed. Because of these initiatives and activities, I also received Gramota from our Vinnytsia Oblast Military Administration and Council for Youth Initiative, and I'm thankful for that. During this time, during organizing a lot of events, I also attended a lot of orphanages. I also spoke to a lot of soldiers. Every day we usually have classes in traumatological centers, surgical centers. I speak to them. I have lost my friend in this war. So we all are affected. I'm thankful to all the organizers, delegates across the world who are listening to me, I believe that as a future medical student, humanity is above everything, above everything. We need to serve the society. And for this, I am committed, and I am in depth of Ukrainian soil, which has given me chance to study and to reach my goal. So, I will end my speech, and I'll thank everyone to be here. So thank you so much. Slava Ukraini, Jai Hind.
Героям слава. Дякую, пане Анурак.
Thank you, Anurag. You've heard from Anurag's speech that he is not the only international student, and later we'll have a separate panel engaging the students of Vilnius University from India and African countries. And now we will have several video addresses from Lilia Vasquez, the former ambassador of Argentina to Ukraine, and then Ms. Sambekova, who is the associate professor of modern history in Basel Universities. They were the participants of last year's conference.
The Crimea Platform Conference. My message today is very simple. The history and destiny of Crimea goes beyond Crimean history. It goes beyond Ukrainian history.
Дуже по-особливому.
That sounded special. I do hope the original video is better. It's just a technical glitch. Things happen in 2024. Maybe it's just the snow, the first snow of this season. Let me remind that Betakos and Lila were the participants of our conference last year, and they could only join this year as a video address. Are we ready to screen it again? Yes. Let's try.
Я думаю, що ми тоді поки що
Okay, let us show it later. Maybe during the technical break we'll figure out the reason and clarify the glitch. Apologies. Things happen. Thank you so much for the participation in this opening ceremony. We will proceed to the first panel discussion, and I give the floor to my co-moderator, Tatiana Zhukova, who will tell us about the further course of this conference. Over to Tatiana.
Proceed with the first panel session of the conference. Its topic is Becoming a Sustainable Peace Friend. How could non-Western countries contribute to ending the Russian aggression against Ukraine? And I am happy to invite to the stage the moderator of this panel session, and it is Olga Rudenko, chief editor of the Kyiv independent media outlet. So, Olga?
Yeah, they just tried to stop me right there. I don't know why. Що? Будь ласка, ставте їх. Да. Right. So while they're sorting out the furniture issue, thank you so much for the introduction, and thank you for having me here. I'm going to be joined today by several amazing panelists, and wow, I've never done this way before. Anyways, so I have to admit I'm a little more worried than usual, a little more nervous than usual today, because usually when I moderate a panel or participate in one, it's usually on an issue that I understand fairly well. it's usually on something that I'm almost an expert on. But in this case, I come to the stage with a question, with a lot of questions. I do think that we in Ukraine don't understand the countries that we refer to as the Global South well enough, and it's proved to be a special challenge in the context of the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Are we good to start? Можемо починати? Right, looks like we have the furniture. That's great. Okay, are we napkined enough? This is quite a process. All right. Можна починати? It is my honor to invite the panelists who will now have the chairs to sit in. Thank you. So we have a mixed panel of international and Ukrainian participants, and we have a mixed panel of people in person and joining us online. Let me invite to the stage Uria Fancelli. Uria is an international politics analyst and author. He's a political commentator for CNN, Portugal, and Brazil. Brian Oruta. Brian is a senior digital reporter for the Star newspaper in Kenya. Dr. Swasti Rao. Dr. Rao is a fellow at the Europe and Eurasia Center at Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis in India. And we are joined online, I hope we are, by Dr. Dina Prapto Raharja, Executive Director of Synergy Policies in Indonesia. Do we have Dr. Dina? Питання до нашого технічного супроводу.
And once again, the question to our technical support.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining us, Dina. And we have a Ukrainian participant, Andriy Kononenko, Deputy Secretary of the National Security and Defense Council of Ukraine. We will be joined later by another Ukrainian participant, Daria Zarivna, an advisor to the head of the presidential office. She will be arriving a little late. So let's dive in. We have a lot of ground to cover at this panel. It's truly an honor to moderate such a panel. I don't know why I'm sitting so far from you guys, but I hope you can hear me all right. Let's just put a little bit of context on when we're talking. This week, we crossed the milestone of 1,000 days of full-scale invasion. Also today, Ukraine, as was mentioned by one of the previous speakers, Ukraine marks a very special day. It's a day of dignity and freedom. It marks two revolutions that changed Ukraine: the Euromaidan revolution 11 years ago and the Orange Revolution 20 years ago. And Russia has already sent its congratulations in its preferred form of a missile attack this morning when it used, apparently for the first time, an intercontinental ballistic missile on Ukraine. So a lot was packed into this morning for us. And we have a lot to pack into this panel. I want to start with an opening question, first to our international participants, and then we'll go to Andriy, we'll be good hosts, and we'll allow our international guests to speak first. And the question, I'm gonna phrase it on purpose in a very simple way. Why are you here? And by that I mean, why do you think it's important for you as a representative of your country to be in Ukraine or to join us online as Dr. Dina does? And if you could use this as a way to make your opening statement to summarize the stance of your country on the Russian aggression against Ukraine and the recent development, if there were any changes in this perception and in this stance, and why I think it's important for your countries to support the peace process in Ukraine. I think we can start with Uria here.
First of all, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here. I don't know when I'm going to have the opportunity to talk to such a public again, so I think I'll start by reading some notes that I think will answer your question. So I decided to participate in this conference in Ukraine because I believe, of course, that the Russian invasion is not only a local tragedy, but a symptom of broader systemic issues in international relations. There is no doubt that Vladimir Putin has imperialistic ambition. I'm not putting that into question. But we have today a global crisis of trust. We live in a world that is marked by double standards that divide countries and weaken institutions that are meant to foster cooperation. Examples of this are everywhere. In Brazil, for instance, while the government promotes multiculturalism and international cooperation, the president signaled that he would host Vladimir Putin for the G20 meeting, something that after backlash happened, he decided to go back. But this reflects contradictions in a country that says that it lives under international, that it upholds these international norms. These double standards are also present in other countries, such as the United States. The country loses its credibility when, for example, it applauds the International Criminal Court for issuing an arrest warrant against Vladimir Putin, but at the same time criticizes the same court for threatening to do the same with Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. Such inconsistencies, they feed the perception of hypocrisy among countries in the Global South, which have already experienced similar scenarios. One striking example was during the COVID pandemic, when the rich countries gathered and promised vaccines to the poor countries, but most of them were already almost 1/3% of the total population was vaccinated, and the poor, the African countries, the Latin American countries, they were 0.5%. Where's the collaboration on that? Where are the promises on that? Another issue, it is in the United Nations Security Council. It is an institution that is supposed to uphold the global security, but it has as one of its members a country that is governed by a dictator who is a war criminal. Well, and additionally, just to end, I came to Ukraine to contribute to the debate and help the country consider more effective approaches to engage with developing nations. The current rhetoric focus on colonialism does not seem to be achieving the desired results. When Ukraine rightfully denounces Russian colonialism while simultaneously expressing its legitimate desire to join NATO and the European Union, institutions that are often seen as, by many in the Global South, as are responsible for causing some of the world disorder, it sends a message that comes sometimes as contradictory. So Ukraine needs to identify other narratives that are less vulnerable to accusations of double standards. And these narratives, they exist despite their historical differences. Ukrainian developing nations, they share common aspirations. Everyone wants to develop prosper, be secure, and free. And I'm sure we can find common ground together.
Thank you, Uriah. Thank you for such a beautiful opening statement. Before we can go to Brian next, I just want to make a little announcement. We were just joined by our last panelist, Daria Zarivna. She's an advisor to the head of the presidential office of Ukraine. And in her current role, Daria takes active participation in the peace formula and peace summits. So, Daria, as I understand, you are a bit short on time, so you want to make an opening statement now. Is that correct?
Well, now I'm not short of time because I've already been late, so I feel massively guilty for that. So no, I will stay till the end of the panel, of course, so we can continue with our.
So we can go in the order. Okay.
I can be the last one as a punishment for being late.
No, we're not going to punish you, but we can go in this order. We were just before you joined us, we were saying that Andrea and I agreed that we'll be good hosts and allow our international guests to speak first. So next, Brian, the question I remind is, why are you here?
Yeah, hello, can you all hear me? Yeah, so I'm so used to being on the other side of asking questions, so this, first of all, feels so weird to me. I am here for so many reasons. First of all, I am here to understand what does Ukraine need from us, from the African region? I'm here to understand what the Crimea side of Ukraine is all about. This is information we do not have from let me just say, the African side. But again, have we been affected from Africa with this aggression? Yes. A little backstory. Last year, 2022, we had elections in my country. Our elections are usually in August, and towards election, I think a lot of things change. The dollar rises, and that affects our economy. Our shilling weakens, especially during the election period. So we get a new government elected into office, and the prices of basic commodities like grains, maize flour, wheat flour, they skyrocket, they double, and everyone in the country cries. They blame the new government. The new government blames the previous administration that was in charge for 5 years. So after a few weeks, neighboring country Tanzania was in the same space. They were complaining, their prices were skyrocketing. People could not afford basic commodities. Sudan was on the same train, Djibouti, Nigeria, all these countries were in the same, on the same, let me just call it train. People could not afford basic commodities. And all this was because of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. There was no grain coming to Africa from Ukraine. You are our main suppliers. My country has received a lot of support, including from the Grain from Ukraine initiative. I think the last batch we received was about 25,000 tons. Tanzania has received the same. Sudan has received the same. This is a country that us from Africa so much depend on, that any little thing that affects its supply of grain affects our livelihoods as Africa. And if you've noticed, 5 of the countries I've listed are from the East African region. I haven't touched on Algeria, which also depends on grain from Ukraine. There is Morocco, there is a lot of that. So we just, I'm here to understand how we can, as Africans, support Ukraine and be good friends to Ukraine at the end of all this aggression. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next, Swasti, we can go to you. Why are you here?
Is this working? Am I audible? Okay. So why am I here? I think a better question should be, why wasn't I here earlier? Okay, so first of all, thank you, Crimea Platform, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, President's Office of Ukraine, Zimna, of course, organizers for hosting this wonderful conference. And I think understanding Ukraine through the South is something which is extremely discerning. So I am really paying a lot of attention here. Thank you for the kind introduction as well. I have been working for the last 3 years at the Ministry of Defense think tank in India. I recently left, obviously because there were too many restrictions on what I could work on, where I could travel, what I could say. And of course, Ukraine war and analyzing the Ukraine war is a very important part of my work for the last 3 years. And I'm very happy to be here. And I must say that as an Indian, I felt so proud, so moved by Anurag's wonderful remarks. I think, Anurag, you are a role model, and I think the story needs to get out, to more people in India, because this is a story that we need to hear more, of course. Now, very quickly, I am also speaking at a different panel where it would be about propaganda, and that also, makes a huge part of my work about how a certain kind of a Russian propaganda is extremely popular in India, and why everything that is coming from there is taken as gospel. But I would sort of leave those remarks there. What I want to, start with here is something more specific, and I would like to build on it later, later in the second round or maybe in the question-answer session. Is, this something very historic happened a few months ago with Prime Minister's Modi visit. Okay, and I'm very happy that the representative from the Foreign Affairs Office also mentioned about Prime Minister Modi's visit, and he said that this is the first ever time that somebody from the Global South, or like a leader of the Global South, had actually visited Ukraine. Now, very quickly today, I'm going to present to you 5 important reasons why we should be talking more about not just the Russia-Ukraine war, but also about what it means for India and for the larger Global South. The first thing, of course, before I come to those 5 things which are more specific to India, yes, of course, food security is a very, very important topic that a lot of us in the Global South are interested in. In fact, I'm very happy that yesterday we had a very lengthy, comprehensive discussion with the Seaports Authority representatives and the naval, Ukrainian naval officers about how the Ukrainian corridor has been actually doing much better than the UN-Turkey mediated corridor. And I think that is a very important point to highlight. So that's one thing. I'm sure there is so much discussion on that. I just don't want to go on repeating what is obvious. But for now, with respect to India and why am I here and why I think this conversation needs to also get to you, is that what happened with Prime Minister Modi's visit was that now we see a kind of a foreign policy of de-hyphenation, which is that India, for the longest time, looked at the Russia-Ukraine war from the lens of the bilateral ties of India-Russia relations, which of course are historic and friendly and all that. And because of that, I think there was a very rudimentary understanding of why really is this war happening, where is this war going, and what does it mean, for the global society. But with Prime Minister Modi coming here, I think that de-hyphenation, which was there in my analysis in the background already, and for reasons I'll tell you in a while, also came to the foreground, and then you started seeing that there was much more, I would say, healthier discussion, even if I wouldn't say very informed, but healthier discussion about why the war is happening, why Ukraine is important. And this de-hyphenation, of course, please remember, is a work in progress. So this is not something where we have arrived, but I would say that we have started. But it really opens up a space for a more meaningful dialogue and for a more meaningful role for India to play eventually whenever the war ends. The second thing is about India's own national interest, which not many people realize. Often there is a tendency to think of the war in Ukraine, and in India, we are thinking about it from a relatively higher pedestal, that, okay, maybe the Ukrainians need our support, maybe the Ukrainians need our mediation. But what a lot of people do not realize, not in Ukraine as well, and in India and the rest of the world, is that there are specific national interests that is actually driving India's interest and should drive India's interest in Ukraine. And the first thing out there is the technical military cooperation that goes back decades. In fact, I have been working in the military establishment, and I can tell you for sure that the entire frontline fleet of India's warships has the gas turbine engines from Ukraine. And the entire, fleet of India's aircraft, which are not very modern, which belong particularly to the Soviet era, all of them have Ukrainian gas turbine engines. So much so that the latest, deal that we struck for stealth frigates with Russia in 2016, perhaps, which were supposed to be 4 of those boats. 2 of them were supposed to be made in St. Petersburg, in Kaliningrad, I'm sorry, and 2 of those were supposed to be made in India. All 4 have Ukrainian gas turbine engines, and because Ukraine-Russia had a complete breakdown of ties, you know what India did? Everybody here would know about the oil rerouting, but you don't know about the gas turbine engine rerouting, which is that we first got it from Ukraine and we sent it to Russia so that Russia can make the ships and then sent it back to India. So what I'm trying to say is that while India-Russia relationship is hyped, of course it goes back a long deal, but what is not usually mentioned, a lot of times by also analysts and scholars and military historians, is this kind of dependence that India has on Ukraine, which is absolutely about India's national interest. It is not about whether India can play a good role, bad role, all of that can come later. This is about hardcore national interest, and the kind of dependence we have today is going to tie us to the gas turbine engines and a lot of other things that I'll tell you in a while for the next at least 1.5 decades. So this is something important I wanted to highlight. The other thing is that not many people also understand that Bharat Forge, which is a very important defense sector unit in India, actually acquired 51% stakes in the Indian arm of the Ukrainian firm Zorya. I'm sure everybody here probably you know about Zorya. And these kind of things actually tell you the longevity and the strength that the technical military cooperation that Indian defense firms have with Ukraine, something which is always somehow relegated in the in the background. I can of course talk more about it. I don't want to bore you with all these names, but coming to the third point, I think there needs to be a better understanding of India's reconstruction efforts, because while the political rhetoric in India is a lot about multi-alignment and how multi-alignment is a tool with which India sort of expresses its strategic autonomy. And I think there's a lot of fair amount of attention paid to that. But where I would like to have more attention, not only from the Ukrainians, but also from Europeans, because many a times when I'm speaking in Europe or elsewhere, when our foreign minister speaks, he's only asked this one question of why is India not criticizing Russia. Whereas I feel that a more constructive question should be about what really have been India's reconstruction efforts and how can these be built upon. So for example, India has not really been a passive bystander in the war. India has consistently been a part of all the 4 peace summits, starting from Copenhagen, then Jeddah. Of course, the one in Jeddah, which was put together by Saudi Arabia, was attended by our national security advisor, and that has been the most, I would say, prominent Indian participation. After that, there was a 3rd one at Malta, and the 4th one at Switzerland, where, of course, the joint communique was not signed. So very quickly, what I'm saying is that I think we need to perhaps talk a little bit more about this and the working groups which were made in those peace summits and what role can India play. Because we also had a previous meeting on the 18th of November, I think 2 days ago, where Tamila was present, of course, and the Ukrainian side was having a lot of hope from how India can play a constructive role, and I think that's important. Now, for the record, another important thing, that India has already sent about 17 consignments of humanitarian aid, 10 generator sets, and several consignments of what we call as the medical capsules Bhishma. Now, of course, I understand this is not enough, but what I want to say is that this is where we need to perhaps expand more diplomatic traction. And she's signaling me to end, so very quickly.
I'm sorry, I have to be a good moderator.
Yes,
I need to ask you to wrap it up.
Basically, if I may be just allow 30 seconds, if you put all these things together, you understand that even a country like India that takes so much pride in being multi-aligned and neutral, you would see that is ready for innovative solutions. And finally, all of this is about, a renewed engagement. I think that there is a lot of space for that renewed engagement. People like Anurag are very apt for it, myself, and then, there's another Indian participant, and we need to really work on that. And looking forward to the second round. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Swasti. Thank you. I think it was more than we counted on. You just gave us a primer on everything related to India, Ukraine, and Russia. Now we can go to our online participant, Dr. Dina. Can you hear us still? We're ready for your opening statement.
Yes, I can hear you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Well, dear organizer, my dear moderator and fellow panelists, good afternoon and good evening from Jakarta, Indonesia. Indonesia is a country 9,000 kilometers away from Ukraine, a country of 280 million people. It's the world's largest archipelago that is located in Southeast Asia. So my apology, I cannot be with you in Kyiv because of technical timing of visa issuance. So I'm glad that the organizer is very kind to facilitate this online opportunity. So a bit about myself before I answer why I'm here. I'm an advisor on diplomacy and public policies, an associate professor in international relations, who is also an activist. I write, I train diplomats and also government officials. And I was appointed negotiator for human rights issue by the government of Indonesia for ASEAN back in 2016 to 2018. And I've been involved in various tracks of diplomatic negotiations in Indonesia. So I've been leading this independent think tank called Synergy Policies for 10 years now. So if I ask why I'm here, it's because I care. Because Indonesia also care about Ukraine and wish for Crimea to be part of Ukraine. And I also wish for the war of Ukraine with Russia to end soon. We share the same world, the same geopolitics, thus the risk of aggression, imperialism, unilateralism leaves us a fragile earth. I know how difficult it is, how difficult negotiations can be. So I must hear directly from you, what do you see that I don't see, that I can help with? The 1,000 Days War is a painful reminder of why we should prevent our generations from experiencing the scourge of wars. I also see how dangerous it is for a neighbor to a country that is very hard to negotiate with and who is willing to advance war against you. I watch events unfolding in Ukraine, and my take of this war is at least threefold. The first one is that the use of military and arms is very, very devastating to a nation state, particularly the civilians. Not just the casualties, but also the destruction of infrastructure, roads, houses, facilities, the opportunities to study, the disruption to the economy, livelihood, and it will take years to rebuild. So it is our responsibility to start now, enhancing our solidarity with the Global South so that we can stop this war and help Ukraine. The second observation is that in this interdependent world, a war in one side of the world brings ramifications to other parts of the world. Grain supply is one example. Another thing, we have the issue of fertilizers, energy, transportation, logistics, flights, and so on. So as much as possible, we should do a parallel effort of diplomacy to complement what military approach can do. My third observation is that please know, my fellow Ukrainians, that Indonesia, both the government and the civil society, is available to facilitate the creation of conducive environment for peace talks. You know, our former President Joko Widodo met President Zelensky just days after the war started in 2021. And Indonesia sent humanitarian aid, not once, but 3 times already, in March 2015, June 2022, and May 2023. It comprises of medicine and also efforts to reconstruct hospitals across Ukraine. We are in coordination with the Ukrainian Ministry of Health. Indonesia's newly inaugurated president, President Prabowo, also presses through forums. He just went to G20 meeting and he demanded immediate ceasefire in Ukraine and in Gaza included in the G20 summit. So as a closing for this first round, I would like to say that peace is fragile, It is very sensitive. It is something that we must fight for. So let's work together, starting with this networking of countries and experts who care about Ukraine. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dina. Thank you for such a beautiful statement. And now finally, we are ready to give an opportunity to our Ukraine participants. Shall we start with Andrei?
Yeah, of course, surely.
We're starting with you.
Good afternoon, dear friends, colleagues. A great pleasure and honor to be here and to use this opportunity to share with you some thoughts and the ideas about the national security issues, Crimean issue, and also to say thank again for our friends from so-called Global South. I don't like this term. I will, because Global South is a very it's a major states of the world with a different culture, different traditions, different views on politics. And what we need first, that is dialogue. Dialogue, but very precise dialogue, very oriented on interests dialogue. And it's really good, it's really great thing that we are here together. Because when we are talking about the national security, we cannot but mention regional and also global security. The name of our conference is very symbolic for me, Crimea Global, because from one hand, it's about one of the Ukrainian regions, Crimea, but from other, it's a global issue, because annexation, occupation of Crimea by Russian Federation influenced greatly the global security and continue to influence. And we should concentrate on that, also global consequences of that act of aggression. So dialogue, and trust as a result of that dialogue. And one more, but we should realize one more issue, very important issue, that Russia is quite active in influencing people in countries of Africa, Asia, Latin America. They are talking about just peace, and they are talking about Russia as the defender of traditional values. But what we have in reality, they just talk about the new division of the world under the great powers, with no interest of small or medium states to be observed or to be respected. So, new neo-colonial state, it's not about the European or any other Western countries. It's first of all about Russians, about Russia. And we should realize this fact and realize Russia's activity in all these regions, Russia's attempt to influence minds of people. And the issue of cognitive resilience is absolutely important for all of us. And from that point, due to lessons learned by Ukraine, we could share our experience. And that's also the part of our dialogue. So many things we have in common. So let's talk and let's have a platform for further cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrei. Thank you. I really liked one of the points you made, but I will follow up on this for the second round of questions. And now we can go to Daria for her opening statement.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you, everybody, dear all colleagues, partners, journalists, I'm very honored and humbled to speak here today before all of you. And I want to start with one remarkable quote. It goes like this: "Dear friends, I brought you peace, peace with honor. And I believe this is the peace for our time. So go home and have a quiet and nice sleep." Sounds amazing, isn't it? But the thing is that this speech, the quote from the very long-awaited speech, became the biggest illusion of its time. It was delivered by Neville Chamberlain on September 30 in 1938. And just a year after, the Nazi troops marched through the central Warsaw. What happened next? You all know the story. The thing is, the Russian aggression against Ukraine mirrors this history remarkably and in a very interesting way. The refusal of aggressor to call the war a war. The narratives of endless, eternal, I would say, ceasefires. We all, I was a little bit involved into the Minsk process. For that time, I was doing only technical support, not very much involved, but I know that each ceasefire, it always was a lie. And it's not even necessary to be involved into the Minsk process. All Ukrainians know that each ceasefire with Russia was a big Russian lie. Going next. The aggressor demands aiming on destroying the essentials, the foundations of our state and national identity. And I think that it's also necessary to say that during only the lifetime of one generation, all the Eastern Europe lost its independence because of Soviet regime and its further domination. And at the same time, the countries out of West, dozens of countries, gained theirs. And this is why we really respect the right of these countries for neutrality, because we understand how complicated and long and really, really very long was their journey. But at the same time, it's necessary to understand that the Russian aggression against Ukraine, it's a completely different thing. First of all, for Russia, it's not the clash of empires. It's not the proxy war. For Russia, it's a colonial war. And for Ukraine, this is the war for independence and survival. And it's also, we need to admit that this war already went far beyond our borders. You already talk about food security, nuclear security, global logistics, I think that also ecology issues, I would say even environmental devastation. And each dollar which will be spent for recovery could be spent for fighting climate change. I think that it's obvious that there can be no hands sitting in this war. But it's also necessary to understand that in all the peace plans, foreign peace plans, which we heard about, they don't really give the secure peace. They can't guarantee that peace, and they don't really address real Russia's motives. Let's be clear about Putin's goal. It's not only about merely grabbing the territories. It's about destroying our national identity. It's about Putin Russification all over the territory of Ukraine. And we see these practices in Crimea, in other temporarily occupied territories, in the Donbass region. So I would say that this is why I think personally that the peace formula of President Zelensky suggests not only the decisions how this war could be ended, but also how another war, which we fully understand can happen very soon, to prevent it, yes. It also gives an opportunity to all the countries in the world to unite, to show a global leadership for the non-Western countries. I don't like this term in Global South. I would think that I would prefer to name it non-Western countries. I think that this is an opportunity to lead, to perform, to pioneer the global reforms. We all understand, I guess, that we all need the reform of United Nations. We need the expanding the Security Council of United Nations. And peace formula gives this opportunity. We just need to understand that the peace will not come through ceasefires. We've been there, we've seen it multiple times. It can come only on full deterring of Russia and restoring Ukrainian territorial integrity, returning Crimea. It's also, you know, I always say this, it's very important when you look at some politician to understand where he comes from, what's his background. And Putin is a guy who came from KGB. What are the key, what is the psychological portrait of a typical KGB guy? First of all, they never say the truth. Because once you say, here's the line and here's the truth, it will be easy to compare. And it will be obvious that you've lied here. So this is why you always lie. Second, he always blackmailing this nuclear weapons, all the stuff, but also every time I remind everyone the story with Finland, for example. You remember that it was a big and very scary Russian long text when Finland was not the member of NATO. But as soon as they became member of NATO, it was not the issue anymore. Silence, and nothing happened. Nothing bad happened then. And I think that the third thing is he understands only the language of power, of strength. When you show him this strength, he will not move further. I see Olga's...
oh, no.
So I'm finishing.
I just have a very lively face. You can continue.
So, in general, I think that I would like to say that the most crowded and the most popular points in peace formula were nuclear security, food security, and humanitarian dimension of war. And this is not only Ukraine's priorities, this is global problems. And if we will solve these issues which were created by Putin's invasion, then we will all win. And this win-win principle is the basis of President Zelensky's formula. So I really hope that we all understand this. Russians really like to use the phrase the multilateral world. But we really need to understand what do they hide under this beautiful phrase and to clear the real concept of it. In this vision of multilateral world, there is no place for other countries which they call as a global majority which will champion. The Russians use this concept only as a tool for their imperial ambitions. And non-Western countries should not give the Russians the opportunity to manipulate with this idea or concept, whatever. I really hope that through unity and understanding of all of this, we together will create the world where the phrase peace with honor will not become another prologue for another tragedy and catastrophe. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Daria. So it's a beautiful and passionate speech, and I will actually use it and bounce off it for the second round of questions. This question is for our international participants. As I was listening to Daria's speech, I was thinking, These are the exact right words. I know them by heart. I've said them myself. I'm mostly talking to Western audiences. Most of the readers of the Kyiv Independent come from the West. The places I travel to speak about Ukraine and the war are mostly in Europe and in the US. And this is also the words that I use when I talk to them. I evoke the World War II reference, as Daria did. And I always feel like this is a very good, strong message. These are the right words to say. But I'm also thinking now, are we doing, as Ukraine, are we doing the best possible job of tailoring this message to non-Western countries? Because as you said, I also don't like the Global South term because by using it, we are kind of undermining our effort of the outreach, because we are throwing so many different cultures and communities under the same umbrella. And I think Russia understands this pretty well. I think Russia does a good job of tailoring the message. And the interesting paradox there is that I think that Russia does a good job there because of its imperial past. Because it used to be an empire that tells people what to think and how to think. And if you remember, Andrei, when in his opening speech was saying dialogue, let's talk, let's understand each other. An empire doesn't want to understand, an empire wants to tell you how to think. And they used from the centuries of experience, they used to doing it well. And then the paradox of it is that the rhetoric that Russia uses and the pre-existing perceptions that Russia uses are often in non-Western countries, they are about colonialism. So, for example, in South America, they are benefiting from the pre-existing, view of the United States as a colonial oppressor, and Russia is benefiting from that even though it is itself a colonial oppressor. So it is using it pretty masterfully, unfortunately for us. And the question to international participants is, you all heard Daria's speech. This is Ukraine's message to the world on how to achieve peace. How can we tailor it best to really reach the people in your countries? And I'm not talking just about the governments, I'm talking about the people. What in Ukraine's message to reach the people in your country, what stands out? What is the strongest point? What is missing? What can we make, even stronger? What can we emphasize? And this is not to any specific participants, it's to all of you, so whoever wants to go first. But I will have to ask you to be brief. I will time you because we want to leave some time for the questions from the audience. So who can go first? You can start. You want to go in the same order? All right. You're people of habit. Uriah?
Okay, so what's missing, I think, it comes to what I said earlier. I think there's this approach, and I understand that Ukraine sees what Russia is doing as colonialism. And because most of the African and Latin American countries were colonized, it might seem that there might be some identification between those different regions, but I think there might be other approaches. If Ukraine, of course, is not going to use the same tactics that Russia uses as dividing or intervening with foreign elections, for example, then you need to find something more positive. And then there's something that Daria said, for example, for the case of Brazil. You said something about reforming the multilateral institutions. It's something that the Brazilian president stands for. He really talks about reforming the United Nations Security Council. So why can't Brazil and Ukraine find this common ground together around this single topic and then build something from there? And since Global South is not something unique as in unity, it has different qualities, I think the thing that is missing might be identifying specific common ground with every different region and then work from there. I don't think there's a recipe of what's missing that could work for every single country.
And it's a mistake we often make, I think, in our minds, thinking that there is a common recipe for winning the Global South. Yeah. Brian?
Yeah. So far, I think Ukraine has been doing a good job. For Africa specifically, When I was here in November last year, Ukraine had, I think, 11 operational embassies and missions in Africa. As of July this year, I think they have increased. They are about 20 at the moment. What is lacking, I think, for Africa, it's the message. What is Ukraine about? What is Ukraine fighting about? When I was here last year, I got to share pictures I took around Kyiv and Odessa, and the first question I got from my friends and family was, we hear this country is at war, but what we are seeing from your pictures are very beautiful buildings, people going about their normal businesses. So the message needs to get home, because that is the advantage Russia has. Its message is propaganda, a lot of it. 50% of it is propaganda. Ukraine does not want to counter the propaganda, because it will look like it's countering the propaganda. But if you ask me, I think there is need to counter that propaganda that is spread across Africa. Yes.
What would you say is the biggest, the most successful message of Russian propaganda that is spreading in Africa?
Russia is winning this war. That is the biggest propaganda they have. You can't convince anyone. I have friends who tell me Ukraine should just concede. Yeah? Ukraine should give Russia what it wants to end this war. Otherwise, Ukraine is getting destroyed. When you look at the recent US elections, most people believe Putin is for Russia. Trump is for Russia. So you talk to a lot of people on the ground, they'll tell you that Ukraine is going to lose. But Ukraine, look at the size of Ukraine and Russia. You've sustained yourselves for 3 whole years. Population-wise, Russia is big. Ukraine is a small country, but you've been resilient in this war, and yeah, we wait and see.
It is perhaps one of the most powerful messages of Russian propaganda around the world. They have managed to convince many people that this war is unwinnable for Ukraine, which it isn't. Thank you, Brian. Swasti, now to you.
Yes, so I think I would just simplify it in 2 parts. One is the ideational aspect of course, the value of freedom, of course. And we in India, of course, we have had 200 years of colonial past. So practically, we should be actually siding with Ukraine, because we should understand what is going on. And the reason why that is not happening is because the Russian propaganda is very, very strong. And I completely agree. The narrative is that Russia is winning the war. It is impossible to defeat Russia on its home turf, as if Ukraine is Russia's home turf. Also, other things like Russian economy is doing very well. The sanctions have failed. The West is not united, because West is a democratic society, and you hear all kinds of opinion. Versus in Russia, you actually do not really have an opinion. In fact, you cannot even call it a war. One very quick thing that I'd like to say about narratives is that when I come to Ukraine to study the war, people ask me, oh, why are you so tilted in the favor of Ukraine? You've already taken sides. I said, no, as a scholar, my point is to authenticate whatever research I'm doing. And in Russia, you cannot even call it a war, let alone do any analysis or any research on it, okay? That's why the entire world has to flock to Ukraine to understand what is happening. So that's one part. Ideationally, of course, I believe that you have to counter. Do you do it alone? Do you do it along with Western partners? Of course, I do see Ukraine doing a lot. In fact, in the last 2 years, there have been 2 deputy prime ministers visit, Ukrainian deputy prime ministers visit to India, including foreign ministers. When Dmytro Kuleba was a foreign minister, he too had visited. And frankly, I believe President Zelensky coming to India should also follow, honestly. On the other side is the more practical aspect, which is about all the values and all the talk comes later. I think what really drives nations is their national interest. And I really think there is a lot of work and a lot of ground to be covered to convince the countries of what you refer to as Global South, is that it is truly in their national interest to understand how the war has also impacted Russia. A small example, very important example, you know that India's defense industry for many decades has been dependent on Russia. More than 70 to 75% of our weapons used to come from Russia. After the war in when Ukraine has begun, India has not placed a single new order with Russia. Why? Because of the way Ukrainian have been fighting, because of the way we are also seeing the performance of the Russian weapon. So what I'm trying to say is that these are kind of things at a very practical level that you have to convince the countries of the non-Western world that ultimately it is not in your favor to really side with regimes that are very autocratic and that are capable of perpetrating this kind of violence on people that they call their cousins.
Thank you so much for this question. And now we can go to Dina, to you. How can Ukraine tailor its message better for Indonesia to increase the support in your country? We can't hear you currently. Що у нас зі звуком?
So do let us know if we are online.
Thank you. Now I can, because I cannot unmute myself. Thank you so much. That's an important question, actually. I listened carefully to what our fellow from Ukraine feels so passionate about and feels so emotional about the situation in Ukraine. But one thing you have to realize, you know, in the among the emerging economies, we started off as countries that are very poor, very much also colonialized, and experiencing hundred years of being oppressed, killed, genocide, and things like that. We also experience it, including in Indonesia. But one thing that I think most countries in Southeast Asia also cannot quite relate with Ukraine is that here in Asia we have a more logic of being independent in foreign affairs. We appreciate neighbors, we understand the importance of distance, and also try not to lend our sovereignty by aligning with powers of other countries. So it's a very serious question in our in our talks most of the time about if you don't want to be, connected to, mentioned as one part of Western powers, whom, by the way, in many different occasions also show unilateralism, force, aggression against people in Gaza, in Myanmar. We also see how very ignorant, big powers in the UN to our part of the region. The question really is, why can't Ukraine also think about trying to secure peace by being independent? So the question about joining the NATO as non-negotiable is still a big question also to us in Southeast Asia. In Asia, we try not to do something like that because it's very risky. We try to not put one defense cooperation under one basket because it's going to be destabilizing, not just for our country, but also for the region as a whole. So the independence of thinking is one thing. The second issue that I would like to raise here is that for us, it's not just about Ukraine. We don't see just Ukraine and Russia in the whole narrative about what's going on. We also see NATO, we also see the US, and we watch how in the latest moments before Joe Biden left office, he did so many shocking things to increase the tension in Ukraine and Russia. To us, that's really puzzling. For us who are keep talking about, stabilizing things through dialogue, through G20. Indonesia was a president during the break of the war in Ukraine. And we worked very hard to make sure everybody still wants to communicate with each other. So this is so devastating to see this, progress or lack of progress, right? So I think we cannot ignore the reality that the world sees in a more holistic picture So I would like to hear some more, of course, from the Ukraine side, but that's how the Asian side, the Indonesian side see things. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. I could keep asking you questions, but let's give Dina an applause. Dina was supposed to be here with us, but she ran into visa complications, but we hope she'll make it here next year, maybe. I could keep asking you questions, but I don't want to abuse my role as a moderator and hoard you, so I want to give the opportunity to the audience. Do we have a microphone in the... Yes? So the first hand was over there, and please identify yourself and identify who at the panel you're addressing the question.
Thank you so much. Oh, my voice is always too loud. My name is Yar and I represent Freedom House, that's the American organization, and my question is basically to all of the foreign representatives here. In my work, I'm responsible mostly for Eurasia, which is like Europe and Asia without Asia, you know, like Russia and Eastern Partnership and countries like this. And I rarely have opportunity to work and talk to people from your regions, from your countries. And the question I have is kind of tricky for me, but I'm trying to digest it for quite some time now. The question is about population, work and business and economy of our countries. When I was born in closer to the end of Soviet Union, population of Ukraine was roughly 60 million people. Now, according to UN, we do not have our counting, but now our population is roughly 30 million people. If you go into details, and I can give an example of Kenya. Ukraine is bigger than Kenya, but has twice less people now. And an obvious question of survival of my country, because I live here in Ukraine, even though working globally or worldwide, the question of survival is population and economy. Do you have discussions within your countries, your regions, about possibility to work in Ukraine, about possibility for people to come to Ukraine and work with us after the war, obviously, not now, but that's something I try to digest and something I try to understand from the position of people from your region, if that's possible, if that's the possibility for you. Thank you.
Yeah, on a personal capacity, I have had such conversations with officials of the Kenyan embassy. On the larger scale, I'm not privy to discussions the embassy has with other people they meet and government officials. So I don't know if they have had such conversations. But yeah, that would be an interesting discussion to take up from now, going forward, when I go back to Kenya. Thank you.
I think that answers it. Thank you. We have a hand over there.
Thank you. My name is Suleiman Mahmutov, and I'm the member of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. My question is the following. So, Russian political leadership repeated many times that it is ready for the start of the peace negotiations, but at the same time they outlined the conditions that are non-starter for Ukraine and its society. For Ukrainian society, these conditions, Russian peace means the expansion of Ruski Mir, or Russian world. And I understand that the more the distance, the less the empathy for these concerns. And my question is, how do you see the better avenues in your country, for your society? What is the best message that can be crafted to ensure or to back up the legitimacy of of the concerns expressed by Ukrainian society, and to show that this is not just an unwillingness, but this is something that is about the existential threat. And in your view, who can be the best messenger to convey this message? Thank you.
If I may be allowed to just take that question, because I wanted to answer a little bit more and I couldn't, which is that, listen, India in that sense understands the legality of the issue very well, because on our own borders, we suffer from an expansionist China. And in fact, if you look at the dynamics of Asia and larger Indo-Pacific, China says it wants a multipolar world, but a unipolar Asia. So in many ways, it's like Russia wanting a multipolar, Eurasia, but actually Europe or East Asia, whatever. I mean, basically it wants a Russia-led, East Europe. So in that sense, what I'm saying is that India completely understands the legality of it. But what comes in the way of India taking, for example, a country like India that takes 1.4 billion people, going to be third largest economy, such a pivotal position in Indo-Pacific. I mean, I can't overstate the importance of India today, right? But even then, it is not able to play a more constructive role because, yes, there are genuine issues with respect to narrative, and you have to address it at the end of the day because the narrative, like I said, is very strong. And but don't be under the impression that in India we do not study, for example, whether Russia wins this particular 18 or 20% of Ukrainian land or loses it, it's a different thing. The very fact that this war, which was supposed to last 3 or 5 days, has gone on for more than 3 years, okay, and probably is going to go on longer, shows that Russia is going to get pushed with China, which has security implications for India. So what I'm saying is that as far as messaging is concerned, yes, you have to really tackle at the heart of this issue, which remains a propaganda issue. And ultimately, everything else kind of falls in place and adjusts.
And on the issue of who would be the best messenger to convey the message of Ukraine, that was the second part. The second part of the question was who would be the best messenger?
Oh, that probably the Ukrainians can.
No, this is for you to...
Well, yes, so of course I think what it should come from, I think people-centric stories are very important. The government would always have restrictions. For example, the government, like I said, that we still are a multi-aligned country and we think that multi-alignment and the consequential hedging, right, is perhaps the best suited foreign policy option in a very uncertain world. And I frankly think that there is a lot of logic there, which is that yes, the world is uncertain and we should be hedging our bets. But having said that, the government is one part. The other part, I think more people-centric, stories like, for example, the medical students. By the way, Anurag, you should know, when the war in Ukraine began, the Ministry of Defense issued an advisory for Indian students stranded in Ukraine, and I was a part of that. So, and my interest began there, and it has continued for 3 years. So that part about showing how Ukraine can become a gateway for other developing countries whenever reconstruction opportunities are good, because Ukraine can become a strategic gateway for a lot of Indians. And that is one part that I'm also discussing with a lot of, shippers in Odessa, for example, who have been trying to put together Indians to come and invest more, because frankly, the Americans are doing it, the British are doing it, the Europeans are doing it, but perhaps Indians are missing the bus. So I think those kind of people-centric things, which are more about betterment, economic betterment, students, people-to-people ties, civil society, scholarly ties, I think they have a very, very huge role to play there.
Thank you, Swasti. Burya, do you want to go next?
Yes, just answer that. I think the best people that could do that is all of us in this room, especially the people that are organizing this and are making this possible. For me, for example, I've been working as a political analyst for 3 years now, and I get to write to some of the most important newspapers in Brazil. I've been talking about what's going on here from my perspective, but from the first time that I'm given the opportunity to be here, it will legitimize me to go back with a stronger message. So this work, I think this is the most important thing, and it's already been done.
Thank you. Dina, perhaps you want to answer this question about the best message, also the best possible messenger?
Yeah. So there's a big question at this point. How should we classify or cluster the world? Who are in which pole? This is a serious question because the West has been trying to identify basically who is with who and where are they heading. And this is not happening within a night. We know it's been happening for years and in several phases. And one of the big question here is that the regime of sanction has been used so very often against any country, let me say, any country who is beyond the scenario of what is seen as a single recipe for how to be a good nation state in the world during this era of certain hegemony, I should say. So when the rise of many emerging economies is becoming more and more visible, what I see, I've been in this business of international relations for almost 30 years now. So it's very concerning for me to see even Indonesia, a country that has been very much pledged into being independent and being free in making decisions. We are never under any influence of any other country, still being suspected as being not neutral. So it's very much a concerning development in my view, because where is the principle of the United Nations Charter that we all have believed in, that gathered us together around the room in Geneva, in New York? So communicating with emerging countries require us to see us as who we are. We are so diverse. We come from various different struggles. Not just, we cannot just talk about the economy, because the economy nowadays has been dividing us more than uniting us. As I said, the rise of our economies have been seen as something distrustful, as something threatening, instead of something that's, we thought in the year of 2000 as something positive that everybody should strive for. So we should ponder in the point that was raised earlier, let's reform the United Nations. Okay, Indonesia is also in that position. Let's reform the United Nations. In fact, here at home, we are discussing what is the best formula we can advance. But one thing for sure, we have to make sure there's no veto anymore in the United Nations Security Council. But the question is, who should be there and how decisions should be made? The question is also, should we expel the countries who has been trying to use unilateralism over and over and over? We have seen various kinds of violations, but yet we close our eyes simply because they are majority countries, major countries with very mighty weapons. So I guess we should change our path and start thinking, if we want to be different from what we've seen today, let's not approach other countries using weapons too. It's hard, it's very tough, but in the past, Indonesia did this back in 1955 with no weapons. We were no rich country at that time. In Bandung Declaration, we united 55 countries because we see patterns of similarities of our struggle at that time against certain power, certain kinds of power. So I think it's a very good start. We have this moment. I'm available. Many experts in Indonesia are eager to speak some more about these patterns of similarities across the world that we can all contribute positively to create a world that's different. That's not like now, just thinking about power.
Thank you, Dina. Andrei and Daria, is there perhaps anything that you heard that you want to react to? Because I'm trying, of course, to get the maximum out of the presence of our foreign guests and give them the most floor. But if you want to react to anything that you heard, there were many suggestions made.
Just a very short follow-up or reflection on narrative topic, Russian narratives. I think that we live in hybrid times, so we need hybrid decisions. So, and the best answer on Russian narratives spread in your countries, in your regions, would be not only the direct answer, but also the answer by presence of Ukraine grain, and in general Ukraine business in your countries, by Ukraine education, and my best appreciation for people, for students, international students who are now in Ukraine, nevertheless, of all circumstances and conditions, and we should enlarge this process. And also, the answer is again and again. I will return to that in the dialogue on diplomatic level, because we know about all the peace initiatives from African leaders, some ideas from Brazil, but they are very appreciated by Ukraine. But we should work on them because they are not so ideal.
I agree.
You know. So again, we have a very good platform to do a very good answer on Russian propaganda or any other propaganda, because Russia is maybe the most active in that, but not the only one, and we should do that together. Thank you.
I think we're about to. Thank you, Andrei. I think we're about to have to wrap this up. So, Daria, any final words of wisdom?
Yeah, I fully agree with the previous speaker, first of all. Second, I'm really impressed and so touched with the words I've heard today from our guests. I've been really surprised by hearing about grain from Ukraine, because, I was thinking that I was not satisfied with the temps of our work, and I was thinking that it's not enough and we're not moving with such a speed we aim to. And it's so great to listen about the results of your work and to know that it works. I fully agree with you about there is one interesting thing. Recently, one person told me, keep saying that you are fighting fighting on disinformation. And this is not correct, because as soon as you start fighting disinformation, it means that you play on the field of the enemy. And the win in the information war is not a clash, but domination and creation your own narratives. And everything which you just suggested and everything which you just outlined, it's absolutely right. So what I think, this is a beginning, like in Casablanca, it's the beginning of a beautiful friendship. I really hope that this dialogue will continue. And I also wanted to say one of my favorite projects, which I'm capable of, it's the Bring Kids Back UA. It's a multi-platform project which connects and unites the efforts of both state, international partners, and civil society. And this is very important. Civil society plays a major role in this project. And we started to work with non-Western countries on that, and we realized that civil society in media is the key, is the bridge. And we found so many people who care. I now have so many not friends, but I think friends in future from India, from South Africa, from Brazil. And frankly speaking, I feel very, very much impressed, and I have this feeling that we are not alone, that we are surrounded by friends. We just need to keep going. Like, if you're going through hell, keep going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think this is a beautiful end to the panel. Also, Daria just quoted from my all-time favorite movie, Casablanca, so I'm personally very touched by that. I think we need to thank our guests, especially the guests who made it to Ukraine. If you are a Ukrainian speaker at a conference anywhere abroad now, you get always a big round of applause for the fact that you made it there, because they appreciate that you made the long trip without air travel, with all the trains. And I think our guests today deserve the loudest possible applause, because they made the same trip from very far, and they made it to be here with us and to understand us better and to bring that knowledge to their countries. So, huge round of applause for our participants. Thank you.
Yes, so now we will have break until 14:50. So please feel free to take coffee, some snacks, and also you can see the exhibition. We have 3 exhibitions about Crimean Tatars, and also you can use this time to write letters to Free Crimea. Thank you.
Я хочу, я зараз буду модерувати, я хочу комп'ютер собі поставити, так, щоб я нікому не заважала.
То знаєш, вони ще коли висвічують оці такі
And also we will have a side event regarding the role of resilient girls from Asia and Africa and why they choose to stay and study in Ukraine, which will be facilitated in the round venue hall.
Humanitarian mission. This panel is more about the environment in which we all are living and about new reality that we face too. And we are going to talk more about the role of non-Western countries in solving a crisis. By the way, we had a small discussion with my colleague Maria Tomak, the head of the Crimean Platform Office. Should we put the word crisis into the title of this panel discussion or not? And we decided to put. And maybe my question to our distinguished panelists will be, do you see this crisis within the international order? And we are going, within this panel, we're going in a little bit different way than previous. And we'll start with our Ukrainian speaker, and I'll switch to Ukrainian. Ми почнемо цю презентацію.
So this presentation will start with the opening remarks of the General Dmytro Usov, who's the Secretary to Coordination Headquarters on the prisoners of war, because he will have to excuse himself soon enough to go on another important meeting. But we thank you, General, for sharing your time for the benefit of participating in this panel discussion today. Could you kindly provide us with a brief overview of the Ukrainian efforts to resolve this humanitarian crisis that Ukraine faces when it comes to prisoners of war, recovering the prisoners of war, and also the same regarding the imprisoned children, civilians as well as servicemen? So what are expectations of Ukraine in that context, and what can the non-Western countries do? Thank you so much, dear Olga, and thank you, our esteemed guest. Thank you for being so brave, for staying here despite the sirens and alerts. This is very important to see what, where, and how international countries and organizations can do for the benefit of Ukraine in this respect. First and foremost, Ukraine, when it comes to abiding by and fully implementing and enforcing international laws, has done everything that was possible and beyond, starting with 2014 and definitely at the time of full-scale aggression, where such steps and actions are also, including those related to international law, are fully implemented in every aspect of our life. Since the initial days, we made substantial efforts to develop and endorse not only respective legislations and standards, but also institute organizations with respective mandate and functions. When it comes to return of our prisoners of war, both civilians and servicemen, this would be establishment of the operational headquarters in affairs of the prisoners of war. These headquarters are chaired by the General Budanov, while myself, as the secretary of this coordination center, and we are involved in addressing different areas of performance and questions about performance of our center. I believe you can find more detailed information about our coordination center in the printout materials, which are available for the benefit of the delegates and participants, to describe our functions and jurisdiction, mandatory authorities of the different public agencies involved. Okay, please confirm that you can hear me clear enough, or do we have any technical issues? So, despite those technical issues, let me continue to emphasize that Ukraine is fully compliant with the norms of international law. Ukraine abides by the fundamental principles and values whereby human life is the ultimate value. And we understand and respect that in regard to our citizens as well as our enemies, or rather, I should use singular for the enemy which attacked us. And thus, when it comes to implementation of the international rules and regulations, that also involves establishment of the respective camps. Today we have 5 of those, as well as treatment of such prisoners. And looking to the reports of international organizations monitoring the situation, begging your pardon, but we have a ballistic missile alert, which means that we have to proceed to a safe shelter immediately. Our apologies for such inconveniences. This is not our fault. This is the Russians. Please follow our volunteers and assistants to the safe shelter, and please proceed there immediately.
The panel session. So I would like to invite Olga Reshetilova, the moderator, and all the speakers. Thank you.
Dear guests, we are about to restart our panel discussion. Please come here, come closer, because we are going to have very insightful discussion about the international order, about the role of international organizations in solving the humanitarian crisis. I'd like to ask if Mr. Ambassador is with us, or no, he isn't. Could you ask him? Можете, будь ласка, попросити його під...
Could you please ask Mr. Ambassador to connect?
My name is Olga Reshetilova. I'm the head of the Media Initiative for Human Rights. And now we are going to have a panel discussion titled Overcoming the Crisis, the Role of Non-Western Countries in Restoring the Effectiveness of International Organizations and Their Humanitarian Mission. As you remember, previously we had with us General Dmytro Usov, who is the secretary of the Coordinational Headquarters. And he's at another meeting, but he's going to be back to our panel discussion. But we will start from our distinguished guests from different countries and different parts. And do we have Mr. Bertrand with us? No? Okay, so I want to introduce you Umashankar Singh. He's from India, senior editor of political and foreign affairs at NDTV. Is it right? Yes. You're very welcome, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Also, I want to introduce you Marina, attention, Slisarenko Barreto. as I knew already, Marina had someone of her grandparents was Ukrainian, so she's a little bit Ukrainian. Marina is a researcher with the Law and Democracy Cluster at the Brazilian Center for Analysis and Planning. She is also freelance political analyst and, as I understand, lives for two countries, Brazil and Germany. Welcome, Marina. As I mentioned, we are going to have again with us Dmytro Usov, who is secretary of the Coordinational Headquarters for the Treatment of Prisoners of War from Ukraine. And also online, we're supposed to have Ambassador Ruben Beltran, lawyer and career diplomat, former Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, and Ambassador of Mexico to Russia and Chile. He will join us online. Okay, I think we can start. This won't be in order we planned, but we will start maybe from India, from you, Mashankar. And my question to you will be, if you see this crisis we're talking about, if you see the crisis of the international organizations, and how do you see the role of India in this regard? And we know that recently Prime Minister Modi went to Ukraine, and during this visit you were able to ask President Zelensky about the role of India and how he sees this role, and Volodymyr Zelensky answered that he wanted India to be on Ukraine's side. What do you think? Is it possible for India to be on Ukraine's side? And how do you see the role of India in solving the humanitarian issues? Please.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to mention that I'm fortunate that I'm here in Kyiv for the third time. I came to cover Prime Minister Modi visit also, and as you mentioned that I also got a chance to ask question to President Zelensky. I will come on that, but first of all, I would like to say you that I came in April 2022 to cover the war, and that time I went to Mykolaiv, I stayed one night in Odessa, went to Chernihiv, Berdyanka, Irpin, Marianka, and Bucha. I covered almost all the devastated part of the country except Sumy. That side I couldn't go. So I have a fair sense, fair idea what this country is going through. And when it comes to India's role, as you rightly mentioned, Prime Minister Modi came here, and that was a visit after 29 years of 31 years of diplomatic relation. So that showed the India's willingness to be a peacemaker and try to make some kind of, arrangement to have a peace process at least started. And because India is having a good influence over Russia also, India is contributing in Russia's economy by buying oil, and I know that a lot of Western countries, they are not happy with that, but even Western countries are getting energy from Russia, even through India. When India refines the oil, then even many Western countries getting that oil, because that's the need of the time. You cannot live without energy. Even now here, the cold season has started, and everyone needs a lot of energy for that. So my point is that who can become a peacemaker? A party cannot become a peacemaker. So when you talk about that, can India come to Ukrainian side, I think that is not the right way to see the thing. India should neither be the Ukraine side nor should be the Russian side. Okay, and that's what India is playing the role right now. There are many countries who came with some idea or some formula, like China came up with the 12-point formula. Ukraine is having all 10 points formula for peace or to stop the war. For that matter, many countries came with the formula. But what is positive aspect with India is that India hasn't spelled out any 10 or 12 or 14 or 15 points formula. India is trying to negotiate with Ukraine, with Russia as well, and trying to make out a kind of arrangement so that both the parties, both the fighting party can be agreed upon. So that is the right approach to this situation. That as a journalist, at least I think that. So becoming the side of Ukraine, because you have a lot of countries who are helping you militarily, humanitarian ground, everyone is helping you out. If you talk about the Western countries, they are helping you out with the military aid like anything. America is helping you out with the military aid like anything, but that is not giving you any solution. So any war has to come to the conclusion, and for that you have to be on the negotiating table. So India is trying to play a role, neither this side nor that side, being a neutral party, and India has showed its intention that our Prime Minister Modi went to Ukraine. First he went to Russia, then he came to Ukraine, again he went to Russia for the BRICS. And this process will take, I think, a longer period of time. It's not about that I will come and I will stop the war in 24 hours' time. That is not going to happen. I'm very sorry to say that this war cannot be stopped overnight. So it will take a longer period of time, because this problem has come to this edge after the decades of dispute. So there is no one-night solution, and I think that India can play my last point is that India can play a very vital role in the humanitarian assistance also. I was researching, I got to know that out of 10 people, 4 Ukrainians need any kind of, one kind or other kind of humanitarian aid. So almost 40% of Ukrainian population needs aid, and for that matter, India can be a very helpful be side by side, it can also pursue its effort to negotiate peace.
Thank you very much. I'll be back to you, and I want to ask Marina about, a lot of Ukrainians have this impression that Brazilian society is very supportive to Ukrainians. But when it comes to the governmental foreign policy, it's like a little bit different from what we usually hear from Brazilians. How do you think, should the social influence to the policy change the foreign policy for the view of your president? And what is the Brazilian role in the reforming of the international order, let's say?
Hey, Olga, thank you for the question. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here. So thank you, Crimea Platform, for organizing this event. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Brazilian colleagues and friends and embassy representatives, authorities. If I may have the audacity to start saying this, I think this is a very revolutionary forum to be, and I know humanity has failed a lot of times in revolutions. You know it better than I do. But I think we are talking about a very democratic, radically democratic revolution, and that's very special. It's my second time here in Ukraine. As you said, my family comes from Ukraine, so it's a double pleasure to be here because it's also something personal. I take it very personally as well. And from the first time I came, what I saw in Ukrainian society that I didn't know how deep it was, is that you have a very engaged civil society. That's fantastic, and very different democratic innovations, gender parity initiatives, and a lot of other traits that are not common in other parts of the world. So that's why I say this is a hub for a democratic revolution, and I'm very thankful to be here and to talk to you. Thank you. About your question, you're right, unfortunately, you're right to say that in Brazil, civil society is friendly to Ukrainian causes, but the government has been erratic. And I think that to understand all this issue, we have to take a step back, actually, and understand the history of Brazil. So Brazil, for us, it's even difficult to conceive what is a country amid war. We didn't have a lot of war. I mean, every formation of state is a violent act, but wars are something very from the past for us. If you take a random Brazilian in the street and ask him what's the last war that he knows that happened in the country, I'm pretty sure he would say, I don't know, or something from the 19th century. So I think this kind of gives us the context of how different our reality is from what we're seeing nowadays in Ukraine. So, and for the civil society to take a friendly stand on this issue is something remarkable, because what we see is that it's a very different reality from what we experience in our country. And, but it's not unified. It's not something that we see across a lot of segments in the society. I was talking to other Brazilian colleagues here that are also experts on foreign policy. And what we're saying is that we have not great awareness of foreign policy in Brazil. Because Brazil, first of all, Brazil is a very, we say it's a continental country. It's very great, it's very big. So, and we have a lot of issues, internal issues, as every other country in the world. And that's why we don't have a unified stance on civil society. But we see hubs, journalistic hubs, civil society hubs, initiatives that take action, hands-on actions, to say that they are not abiding by Russian propaganda rules, because we know that in Latin America, unfortunately, as it may seem, there are very capillary networks of Russian propaganda. And if we take the stand of the civil society, there are friendly stances, but they are not unified. Normally, if you go to universities or some journalistic hubs and expert hubs, you find friendly stances. But when we're talking about the government and institutional politics, that's really frustrating for people that are there and want to express their solidarity among your cause. Because what we see is a very huge confusion. I was talking to another friend of mine who was an expert on foreign policy, and we were saying that if there's one thing that the far right in Latin America and the left in Latin America get wrong together, is the view on Putin. So they are embracing each other. They are very different, but they think Putin in the same way, which is totally contradictory and shouldn't make any sense for anyone who listens. And that helps a little bit to explain why Lula's government has been taking erratic stances on this. Also, not only because of an ideological point of view, because as a global South country, as an emerging nation, we cannot afford ourselves to just declare that we're enemies with very important economic partners. So we are on BRICS, for instance. There's G20 and other very important economic and international forums for discussion. But we see that this issue is very controversial. And not only from this ideological point of view, but also because we have economic ties and interests in trying to build a new and more just international order. So we're talking about the National Council for the United Nations, National Security Council. That's terrifying to know that we still rely on such institutions that are blatantly unfair. Nobody understands how they still keep trying to be relevant in a world that's totally different from when they started. And actually, this is not only a global South view. I'm pretty sure India is also aligned to this, but also if we saw some speeches from global North countries in General Assembly of the UN in September, Finland said expressly that how the National Security Council works shouldn't be something, it's something from the past. We should move forward. We should enhance democracy and a radically democratic revolution in the world if we want to make things better. So yeah, I'd start saying by all this.
Yeah, I would like to,
Thank you. Yes,
if I
please.
can, a very good point made by her. And India is a very strong advocate of reforming the UN and UNSC because it represents the world order which was, decades back after the Second World War world order. And this UNSC or UN, what it gives resolutions, not solution. So, according to the new time, it needs to be reformed, and in a country like Brazil, India, they are the strong, contender to become the UNSC permanent member. So that needs to be done. But who will do it? The biggest question is that who will do it? Where the power lies. That lies with the great power lies with the Western country, and they are not willing to do it. No,
that's why we are discussing it here, because this is the main point, who will do it, and those countries who need it, or those who are okay, fine with the situation, with the current situation. So that's why we are here to discuss, and I see that Mr. Beltran has joined us. Yes, yes. Hello, Mr. Ambassador. Can you hear us? Mr. Ambassador?
Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes, great, we hear you.
Yeah.
Hi again, and I'm so sorry that we had to interrupt our previous discussion, but it's not our fault, you know. we have to be safe here. So thank you very much for your patience, and remember when we had this preparatory meeting before the discussion, we discussed with you, is it the crisis of the international organizations or not? And after our conversation, we decided to put this word, crisis, in our title. So from your experience, your huge experience, could you tell us what to do with this crisis, how to address the humanitarian issues if nor ICRC, neither UN missions can help, for example, Ukraine to return deported children, to stop torture of POWs or return civilian detainees. And also yesterday we had like a special event and we're discussing what's going on with numerous of other situations like Yazidis genocide in Iraq, for example, or situation in Syria. And all those people are suffering because the international community doesn't have instruments how to help them, how to achieve accountability for perpetrators, and how to solve humanitarian issues. So please, from your point of view, what is the situation? What is the current situation, and what has to be done in future?
Well, thank you very much, Maria. I'm very pleased to be with you, and I hope everybody's safe. Of course, Daniil very kindly talked to me and told me there were some changes in schedule. So don't worry, I just hope that everybody's safe. So thank you, thank Tamara, thank everybody there, and I am very, very pleased to be with you. First of all, so for people over there, they should know I'm a career diplomat. But I'm retired now, so I'm not speaking on behalf of Mexico, of my government. I'm speaking on my own behalf, and also I represent the Mexican Council on Foreign Relations, COMEXI, who is an independent organization that is now asking me to represent whatever is anything we can bring to the table in order to maybe to contribute to the discussion. So based on what I heard prior to my joining you is that new members of the Security Council will not solve the problem, Maria. The problem is huge. It's much more larger than that because we have a veto. We have a veto system in the UN that the permanent members of the UN, of the Security Council, can exercise the veto. Just for instance, just yesterday, the United States vetoed a resolution that was aimed to prepare a ceasefire in Gaza, but the United States vetoed that resolution. So if the big five permanent members of the UN are constantly using the veto power, it creates a huge problem for us. So yes, there's a crisis in the United Nations system, there's a crisis in the multilateral system, but part of the big problem is the veto power. So as the veto power obstructs the decisions in the UN, then what happens is that we have unilateral decisions. I ask you and the colleagues that are present to take one example. If you look at the number of countries that have approved UN General Assembly resolutions that condemns and criticize the invasion of Ukraine, you will find that almost all countries together vote in favor of such resolutions of the UN. But then, when you go to see the sanctions, you will see that more or less 40 countries are in favor of the sanctions. Why? Because those sanctions are taking place outside the framework of the UN, because of the veto that exists in the Security Council. Countries should take a parallel path to establish those sanctions, and non-affiliated countries do not like this kind of unilateral work, and this is why you have this such enormous difference. Almost all countries in favor of the UN General Assembly resolutions, and then not all of the countries in favor of the sanctions, because those sanctions are unilateral. That's why I'm saying that just adding new members to the Security Council will not solve the problem. The problem is the veto that we have over there. This is one thing. So we have to work, countries will have to work together with Ukraine and others to promote a reform in the United Nations. So this will be addressed, and the United Nations will be more democratic, and decisions are more in appeal to what is the general feeling of the majority of the nations. This is one thing. Secondly, as we discussed previously, the second point is that I think that there's needed to have a strong appeal to humanitarian organizations. So these humanitarian organizations, within two of them within the United Nations and one of them outside of the United Nations, the three of them are located in Geneva. So there should be diplomatic efforts, very strong diplomatic efforts to create programs addressed to help Ukraine to tend their humanitarian problems arising from after the invasion, the displaced people, the refugees, the migrants, and the people that are outside the Ukrainian territory. And three organizations are key to that. One is the International Office of Migrations that takes care of refugees and displaced people. So is it possible to create a program with the International Office for Migration in Geneva in order to help Ukraine and allow countries that would like to help Ukraine to get together around special programs that the IOM, the International Office for Migration, can do? This is one. Secondly, you have also in Geneva the High Commissioner for Human Rights. And also, Ukraine and other countries can try to establish an action plan to address the situation, human rights situation in Ukraine after the war that there's happening right there. So the High Commissioner for Human Rights is also have the competence to address that. But it's not only that Ukraine should go and knock the door of those organizations. I think that a number of countries can get together, Ukraine, non-affiliated countries and others can get together and try to establish programs both in the IOM and the High Commissioner for Refugees. And the same goes for the International Red Cross. It is not the Red Cross itself, it is the countries that should create a program, strongly program with the International Red Cross, so those organizations can try to help the situation. So we have four concrete recommendations. First, work together to reform the United Nations. Secondly, go to the International Office for Migration. Third, go to the High Commissioner for Human Rights. And lastly, going to the Red Cross. This is first 4 points I would like to make. But also, I think that Ukraine and a number of friend countries, based on the experience that many countries have, like Mexico and other countries have, can create a special envoy, United Nations special envoy for Ukraine. So this special envoy, this person will be able to help and create all the mechanisms that should see that all other organizations are working to help Ukraine and countries, non-affiliated countries that are helping Ukraine in order to create this framework within the United Nations. So this is the fifth proposal I'm making, create a United Nations special envoy. Now, there are two other proposals, and those are within the framework of the Ukraine that many countries like Mexico and others can help because of our experience that we have. One is related to the diaspora. There are some 4.5 or maybe more million of Ukrainians displaced and living abroad. For instance, the case of Mexico, we have 6.5 million Mexicans living in the United States, and we have a consular network of some 50 consulates in the United States in order to create a network and create relationships with our diaspora in order to help them, and maybe some of them trying to return to our countries. This will be the case of Ukraine. So you might like to ask, you guys would like to ask how we can develop such a network. Well, first, you can have the help and assistance of countries of experience, like, I don't know, Mexico, Turkey, and others that have a huge consular networks, Vietnam and others around the world. But also, it is important that within the government of the Ukrainian government, a special program created to the diaspora, so much alike that the Ministry for Unity that President Zelensky announced, that create this relationship with the diaspora, but also the Ukrainians that are living outside could be appointed as part of the consular network and try to help their own country and establish this contact with the diaspora. This is very important, and this can be done, and a lot of help from non-affiliated countries like mine could go to Ukraine to solve this problem. Another issue is to establish a bond at the central bank the Ukrainian central bank could create a bond. So the people living outside, Ukrainians living outside, could buy these bonds. We have some interesting interest rate, and the funds devoted to that will be devoted. On the one hand, they will have a savings account through the purchase of these bonds, but on the other hand, they will be able also to create a fund for the reconstruction of Ukraine, because the reconstruction of Ukraine should start very soon after the war situation is over. But we have to start working on that situation at the central bank and create these bonds. And the other part is that countries that are friends with Ukraine and organizations that are friends of Ukraine should also maybe try to see how they can participate in the reconstruction program of Ukraine. This is very important. So you will find that if these programs are well pitched and worked with non-affiliated and friend countries, there will be a number of organizations and enterprises of the private sector and governments that would like to participate also in the works of the reconstruction. So in the minutes, the first initial minutes that were allocated to me, I think these are the 7 proposals I bring into the table, and I'm ready to keep on working and ready to answer some more questions that you might like to have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, for a comprehensive presentation. I think we will have more questions, but now I do have several for all our speakers. It's not straightly about humanitarian issues, but I think it is interconnected with them. Today we have another arrest warrant from the ICC to Netanyahu and Yaku, according to Palestine situation. And also we know that Ukrainians are expecting for Putin to be arrested when he's traveling all over the globe. And before they tried Mongolia and they succeed there. And Putin went to Mongolia successfully coming back. We have more difficult situation with Brazil, but we don't know what can happen some days and if Putin can come to Brazil or not. I want to ask you about these connections, how the and punishments, impunity of perpetrators influences the humanitarian situations and the issue of prevention, the further crimes. And what can be the role of your countries to strengthen the international accountability system, international mechanisms, including the ICIC, to be effective in addressing the international crimes? Maybe we'll start from Marina, because Brazil is very important for us in this regard.
So thank you for the question, Olga. It's a crucial question, and I'll start by, I'm sorry, I'm a philosopher as well, and so I'll start by thinking about the roots of crisis. What is crisis? Crisis is exactly to go back to the origins of the problem, to go deep down. And crises are moments that can reveal the truth, can reveal the way forward. And that's why I think to start we have to think not only as very cosmetic reform of the UN, of international mechanisms to enforce international law that's been failing us for ages. And but also we have to think on new ways to do stuff, on new ways to engage civil society. As I was mentioning, I'm very impressed by how Ukrainian civil society is vigilant, is engaged. This is not something common even in well-established democracies. So first of all, I would start by this, and I would say also that, I mean, as we were talking also to the Crimea platform, there's not a one-size-fits-all solution. So we have to think in cooperation forms, but also in ways that each country can develop a solution and a way to implement their policies. So Brazil is different, similar but also different from India, which is similar but also different from Turkey and Indonesia and other global north countries. First of all, I think we have to talk in 3 steps. I really enjoyed the talk from Mr. Beltran, which literally did this enumeration of points, bullet points. This is very helpful. So we have to think in short-term, medium-term, and long-term solutions. If we are talking about short-term, there are some things that cannot be mistaken anymore. So we know how Putin acts. We know how dangerous he is. We have to isolate him. I'm not saying that Brazil can do the same thing as Germany, but Olaf Scholz, to call Putin in the beginning of the week or last week, this is of such this was a terrible action to be made, and we saw the retaliation of this action afterwards. Obviously, there are some domestic issues going on in Germany right now. The coalition melted down and their personal interests from the government, but this does not justify his action. So we know isolation is a strategy from the global north. I'm not saying that the global south should do the same, but this is a crucial point. Regarding the G20 meeting and how Putin was feeling kind of comfortable to go to Brazil in the beginning of the year. This was actually an agenda we had here in Ukraine when I was in my delegation in January. We were thinking about ways to make him feel uncomfortable, because we knew that Brazil had these institutional erratic positions regarding the war. So there was a lot of pressure from the civil society, so from bottom up, that made him not feel uncomfortable in these hubs that I was telling in the beginning of my talk. Also, another issue that I think can help in this great situation is climate. So we're talking about G20. We know that nature cannot stand any more wars. So, and what Putin has been doing is a war on nature as well, and a war that affects the whole world. And because climate change is something too serious to ignore right now. And so this is another strategy, I'd say, that's short-term, easy to implement, that says and signals that this is not acceptable for us. Medium range and long-term solutions are obviously much more difficult to tackle, but if we don't start now, then when? This is the time. The time of the crisis is the time to start to innovate, to be radically democratic, because we know that we don't live in the same world from the 50s when this whole international law system was implemented. So we're much more complex, much more diverse. We have much more voice as the Global South Alliance, and that's why we have to stick to our strengths and try to make the change and combining our similarities and differences. So what Brazil can do in this context is obviously not the same as the material support that the US and the EU can provide for Ukraine, but obviously it can push for a radical reform, not a cosmetic reform of the UN system and the international implementation mechanisms. And so I'd start by that.
Thank you, thank you. This is very interesting. And Mr. Singh, Ms. Barreto said that Putin should be isolated, but the vision that you presented as an Indian foreign policy, an Indian model, doesn't anticipate him or the Russian authorities to be isolated. Someone has to communicate with the Putin or other Russian authorities according to your view of the negotiations. What do you think about the Western countries' position, about Ms. Barreto's position, that he's the person whom nobody has to talk with?
I'm all for the practical solutions. You just mentioned that there are ICC arrest warrant for, President Putin, and just now we got the news that ICC arrest warrant has come for the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his defense minister. So my point is that either we should India is not the signatory of ICC, I must clear that. But having said that, my point of view is that even if you go for the arrest of a nation head, so what you will achieve? The practical question I'm asking. That is not going to solve any problem. So only way out is to know each other and to negotiate with the party involved. So what India is doing? India, the way I mentioned, that Indian Prime Minister visited Russia, then he visited Ukraine, and then he also informed America. He talked to US President Biden at that time. So trying to find out a way is the practical way to go ahead. Instead of inciting all those norms and rules and regulations, which is not giving anything. Sir has just said that veto power should be abolished. But why not? It is not possible to include more and more country into the UNSC so that this veto power can be diluted. It cannot be abolished because the kind of constitution or the kind of mandate UN is having, it will not. It is not easy to go away with the veto power. So if we are talking about abolishing the veto power, you must also talk about the inclusion of more and more countries so that if a single country does any kind of veto on a particular subject, so his position can be, democratically, he can be left out. So for example, if we are having 20 countries in USC, 19 voting for one on positive note, one is vetoing, so that veto power can be diluted, and that can be one of the practical solutions. So making world order more inclusive, in my sense, that will give us the desired solution, rather than going after one person or citing some international rule and another country not doing that and then going after that country. So this is my point of view. I'm a very practical person, and I think that there should be a practical approach rather than reiterating the old rules and regulations. And
Thank you very much. Yeah, Mr. Bertrand, I see you that you have something to add. I just want to say that Mr. Usov has rejoined us, and ми збиралися почати з того, що
We were going to start with the general overview, but looks like you will summarize the discussion. We've reshuffled your speech, but maybe it's even better. I would like to give the floor now to the ambassador first.
Do you still believe in the power of the international law? According to the latest news and in general?
Well, first of all, I like to say that I appreciate very much the comments made by Marina Barreto and also by my colleague, Mr. Singh. Olga, let me tell you something. I understand where Mr. Singh is coming from, is saying that having more members of the Security Council would dilute the veto power. Unfortunately, this is not the case, because from the legal point, you can have 50 members in the Security Council. And if one country has the power of veto, it doesn't matter the number of countries. This is in the constitution of the UN. So legally, we have to reform the constitution, the charter of the UN, in order to make possible that the veto power is not there anymore. So but I understand the pragmatical point of Mr. Singh. Unfortunately, this is not possible according to the Charter of the United Nations.
Yes, sorry.
Hold on a second, please. According to what you ask in terms of the International Crime Court issues of arrest, Netanyahu, Putin, and others, let me tell you, the big problem, Ola, is that the most important countries of the world, certainly China, the United States, and many, many others, do not recognize the power of the International Crime Court, criminal court. So this is the problem, really. This is part of when we were discussing, you and me, all these problems. We have to reform, and unfortunately, if you go to what Marina Barreto was saying, we have to think in short, medium, and long term in order to address some problems. So, of course, if Mr. Putin travels to Brazil, and Brazil, of course, recognizes the power of the International Court of Criminal Court, of course, maybe that would be the case. But in many other instances, this is not the case, Olga. So, unfortunately, this is the case. I understand Mr. Singh wants to say something, Olga, but you are handling the time. Thank you. Thank you.
No, I just wanted to say that when I'm saying that to dilute, it means that make the amendment in the Constitution, in the UN Charter. It's not just about that, just keeping the 5 UNSC permanent member and then abolishing the veto. So my point includes both. You abolish the veto, and you at the same time increase the number of UNSC permanent member. Thank you.
Well, if you limit the veto, then you don't need to have more people because you have non-permanent members. We understand that Brazil and India and other countries have tried for years and years to become members of the Security Council, but that's not really the situation. The situation is the veto, because you have 5 permanent members and you have 15 other non-permanent members. So really, I think maybe it's a good thing for a country to become a permanent member of the UN, but that's not the problem we're facing. The problem that we're facing is the veto. It's a major obstacle. Whenever something is against the United States, they put or Israel, then the United States put a veto. China does the same, Russia does the same, the United Kingdom does the same, and France does the same. So that's a huge problem that we have to follow. This is the reform we have to do.
Thank you. You see, we have the real discussion now, and this is very interesting, and I'm reluctant to interrupt you. I'm sure we will have this next time, and maybe more deep inside of these problems. But now I want to come back to Dmytro Usov. I'll switch to Ukrainian.
Dmytro, thank you so much for coming back. I hope you had a successful meeting. And now we discuss how non-Western countries can affect the reform of international organizations so that they are effective in overcoming the humanitarian issues. The coordination headquarters have been working a lot dealing with international organizations and their activity in Ukraine, in particular on the matters of the return of civilian detainees, POWs, deported children and missing persons. What do you think about the work of these international organizations? How do you interact and what Ukraine is doing to deal with these issues? Thank you, Olga. Yeah, I came back. I even had to run here. And when a general is running in a country at war, the civilians often start panicking. But understanding that it's important for me to be here, I managed to be here, at least at the end of the discussion, to summarize. Talking about international organizations with whom we cooperate, we had high expectations that they would help us. And after full-scale invasion, we contacted almost all the international organizations, and we kept and we keep cooperating with them. But if you look at the reports of these international organizations, they only cover what's going on in Ukraine. There's very little information on the aggressor state. But on Ukraine, they provide a lot of information which reflects how Ukraine follows the international humanitarian law. And we are following the IHL requirements. And everything created in Ukraine, like the joint military commissions, which we joint medical commissions, which hopefully we wanted to establish them. But the Russian side disagreed to have the joint medical commission and to return the wounded, the people with severe wounds, which have to be selected by the doctors from these joint medical commissions. So, whether we cooperate with these organizations, yes, we cooperate. Whether it's effective, no. All international organizations have shown their ineffectiveness and their inability to operate. I can say that. Today is the day of freedom and dignity in Ukraine. And when we talk about international organizations, we can see these negative statistics. They are not operating in places where there are unrecognized governments or terrorist governments. So the effectiveness of cooperation with these organizations shows that, well, now, for example, 3 employees of the OSCE, Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, are prisoners in Russia. So OSCE is contacting Ukraine to help return the employees of OSCE. We never say no. Even before the full-scale invasion, we always helped with these issues. And Ukraine, and you know this, Ukraine cares about the return of every citizen, wherever they are, whatever is the type of their captivity. And I have some figures, just to show it to you. In these figures, there's no assistance of international organizations shown. Before the full-scale invasion, 2014 till 2022, Ukraine returned 3,459 citizens from captivity. Next, in other countries of the world, if we talk about the return of Ukrainian citizens, in 2020, Ukraine returned from captivity 2 Ukrainian civilians. They returned from Iraq. And I can name a few countries and figures This is just for you to understand that access to these countries or access to the communication, well, international organizations were not involved in any way. So, October to December 2020, two civilians were evacuated from Iraq, from captivity. In 2021, August and September, after the agreement with Taliban, 715 civilians were returned from Afghanistan. That includes 313 international citizens who had residence permits in Ukraine and residents of other states. In October to December 2021, with the representatives of the Iraqi Kurdistan, we managed to evacuate 15 civilians from the Syrian Arab Republic. That included 13 Ukrainians and 2 Polish citizens. April 2022, during the negotiations with Sudan representatives, we managed to evacuate dozens of Ukrainians and other nationals. December 2023, March 2024, in the negotiations with Hamas, we managed to evacuate 375 civilians from Gaza. That included 12 citizens of other states beside Ukraine, mostly citizens of Moldova and Palestine. So these statistics I gave and the organizations with whom we were in negotiations on behalf of our main intelligence directorate, we see that, well, we would like international organizations to help us. We would like the Red Cross to actually fulfill their mandate. We would like all the special rapporteurs to note the torture applied against Ukrainian citizens. But mostly we have to rely on our own effort. But there are countries who do help. The countries, the non-West countries. If we talk about Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, India, and Turkey, you see that a very active role in the return of citizens is played by Qatar and UAE. This shows that non-Western countries are trying to be effective players on the global arena, to have some benefits by resolving humanitarian issues. But the resolution of these issues helps us. And we hope that these countries will actually help with international organizations. And we talk about the International Federation of Red Cross and Crescent. And in the Security Council, when we might lack some votes of the countries that still are on the fence or that are influenced by some decisions of Russian Federation. I mean, of course, it's a rhetorical question. And today I can say that here we have representatives of countries that are helping Ukraine, and we really appreciate this. And unfortunately, there are citizens of these countries who are kept as POWs in Ukraine. I can name them. There are citizens who fought on Russian side and then were taken captives from the Islamic Republic of Iran, from the Slovakian Republic, the Republic of Yemen, Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal, Egypt, Brazil, Somalia, Sierra Leone, Sri Lanka, Cuba. Unfortunately, among the POWs which fought against Ukraine, we have representatives of the above-mentioned countries. And we can state that the Russian Federation is not contacting Ukraine about the exchange or release. So please consider this. Thank you. Thank you. It's very interesting. Ms. Beretta is from Brazil, and there are Brazilians SPOWs in Ukraine. Maybe it's important for the civil society there. So, Dmitro, what is your key message for the countries that are represented here? Can they provide their impact to help the release Ukrainian citizens? And now we have opinion leaders from these countries. What shall they pass to their societies? Of course they can provide impact. Why? Because international organizations which still exist, they must fulfill their mandate. So the opinion leaders from different countries can influence the representatives of these countries in international organizations, because we really hope international organizations would start working. That includes the grassroots pressure, I would say.
Questions, if somebody has. Yes, I see a hand. Do we have a mic in the hall? No, I will bring. No, somebody is coming. Yeah, see, please.
Thank you very much, Dmytro Shulga from Ukraine. When speaking about the problem of the veto, let's be clear. It's not all permanent members with veto who abuse veto power. Since 1991, there has been no one case when UK or France used veto power. Since for the last 10 years, among all vetoed decisions in the United Nations Security Council, 80% of them were vetoed by the Russian Federation. The Russian Federation is the most abusive permanent member of the Security Council, abusing the veto right. By far the first one. China second, US third. US, in 90% of the cases, uses it for defending Israel. Russia uses veto power to defend autocracies and dictatorships around the world, to save North Korea from sanctions, to save Syrian regime from killing its own people, to save other dictators and terrorists around the world, in Africa, wherever. So the real problem is not the veto right per se, but abuse of the veto right and total impunity of the major power abusing the veto right. By the way, having no right whatsoever to sit there, because there is no Russian Federation in the United Nations Charter. I mean, among the members of the United Nations Security Council, there is Soviet Union, not Russian Federation. And we still, Ukraine is vocal about this problem, but we still don't see any country saying that they want to reform the United Nations, or even to pretend to ask for be accepted as a new permanent member, to support this notion that Russian Federation should not be kept there, or at least should be forced to stop abusing its veto power. Unless, how can we change this when countries who are emerging powers, they silent about this problem and not vocal about calling Russian abuse? Without speaking about this, at least, about making declarations, without supporting Ukraine in international organizations, it's not possible. So that's why, basically, the question is how it is possible to reform the United Nations without, sitting on the fence. Thank you.
As far as I understood, that was more comment than question, but if somebody of our speakers can comment on this. Marina, I see you have some thoughts. Please, go ahead.
So, thank you for your comment/question. I think you're absolutely right on a lot of stances, but I would disagree on the thing that the problem is not the veto power per se. Because the veto power is a very authoritarian mechanism per se. And the problem is, if you're trying to talk to a lot of people and not all of them are democratic, it's obvious that authoritarian, autocratic nations are going to stand against democratic positions. And Obviously, this has name, this has surname, this is government, this is Putin and Xi, but there's a lot of different and multiple stands we have to take against the international system of law, and extinguishing veto power is one of them, and I would start saying that this is abusive per se. I would have a lot of other things to say, but I guess we're on the...
Yes, absolutely. This is an endless discussion, so we could proceed. Okay, Mr. Sin, just 30 seconds.
Yes, I have just, I need to add one point that India is also victim of veto power. You know, whenever India tries to put any terrorist from Pakistan origin to put on the list, China vetoes it. So we are also the victim of veto power. But again, I will make my point that veto power, abolishing the veto power is not the only solution. You need to have an inclusive, UNSC, and I don't know what is the problem in including more and more countries. I am emphasizing on this subject because if you have more members, they will come with their own capabilities. Like India is having very strong, influence over, because India is a global economic power nowadays. So it has having its own influence on countries like Russia. So if it's not about only getting the UNSC membership, it's also about getting the responsibility. So if you will feel that, okay, in this capacity, I can bring some solution to you, so it will increase the power of that international institutions. As I told you, that this system is working after it was established after the Second World War, and that is going on and going on and going on. So I don't know what is the problem in getting more and more countries involved in the UNSC. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Ambassador, are you still with us? And maybe you have some short comment? I think you are muted.
Thank you. First of all, the colleague that was in the polling, I think he has a very great point. And just, I concur with many of his observations. But also, I would like to also just make the point that several countries like Mexico and others, and Brazil and others, have spent more than 2 decades trying to establish a path for reform of the United Nations. The problem is that we have not sufficient traction within the rest of the countries in order to reform the United Nations. So, but we've been working together a lot, and we are not silent. We denounce the abuses of veto power, as the United States yesterday veto a possible ceasefire in Gaza, which I think is yet another problem that we have to address. But also, I would like to mention once again that to have more members of the Security Council, you have to reform the United Nations Charter. It's not just a problem of adding more. Yes, it's maybe a good idea, the more the merrier. You have 50, 60, 20, whatever. But you have to reform the Charter. The problem is not that, I insist. You have to reform the Charter. You need the votes to reform the Charter of the UN. And if you reform the Charter of the UN, just get rid of the veto if you have the power. If not, just to be member of the Security Council just for the sake, hey, I'm a big country, or I'm a very enlightened country, or I'm an African country, I have to be there. It doesn't bring any solution to the problem. It's the veto power which is the main problem, being exercised by China, by Russia, by the United States, by France, of the United Kingdom. That's the huge problem we're having there, and we're witnessing in the Ukrainian problem, as I said, just making a difference, just a comparison between the number of states that approve the UNGA resolutions and the problem in the Security Council. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I see one very brief question. Yeah. Okay. Very brief. We have just 2 minutes left.
А можна ще повернуся до санкцій?
With your permission, let me once again come back to the list of those countries that we have prisoners or captives from. currently detained in Ukraine. And also, we can, you can have access to some information certifying that Russia is paying a lot of focus on these countries coming from the Middle East, Asia, Africa, and Latin America, which thus enables them to avoid sanctions imposed by other countries and thus making them closer to certain governments and certain jurisdictions, thus allowing them to recruit and enlist, literally, some citizens from those other countries to fight at war against Ukraine. Yes, this is very helpful observation, very important observation. Definitely should be part of the message to be broadcasted.
About the fundaments of revisited or maybe new international organization, because as we know from history, the United Nations was established upon the ideas of liberal internationalism, universal human rights. But what could be a fundament of a new global organization?
This is not a question for 2 minutes. Absolutely. But if our speakers have one sentence to answer, please try.
Okay, this is a $1 million question, but I'd start by saying democracy. And democracy as a real democracy, not as a staged, fictional democracy that a lot of UN states pretend to be. And just to be really quick, what we're also talking on different discussions, we should be really pragmatic on trying to build this new future. So we're talking about different global south countries here. We should organize working groups to strengthen our positions and to focus on our similarities and differences, what each of us can bring to help Ukraine, to help democracy, because this is one of the biggest challenges of our times. I mean, obviously, neoliberalism, climate crisis, there's a lot of crises to pick up on, but I'd start by saying that. And if I can finish, just a little finish for this. I'm living in Germany right now, so I would like to say a little poem by a German philosopher and poet, which also became a very famous symphony for Beethoven, which is called Ode to Joy. And then in the end of the poem, what she says is something like, if the internet helps. Be embraced, all your millions, with a kiss for all the world, brothers and sisters. Beyond the stars, surely dwells a loving Father. So we're all brothers, we're all sisters. We have to stick together, but knowing what each brother and each sister can provide, which is obviously different from one another. That's it. Thank you again for this amazing event, and I'm eager to talking to you later.
Thank you very much. I think this is amazing finish of our event, and thank you for your. I see, Mr. Beltran. Okay, if people are not hungry, we can go for maybe 1 minute, not more.
Just thank you, Olga. Just very quickly, if I may, very quickly.
Okay.
I think that we cannot lose. I take advantage again of our Brazilian colleague mentioning, is we cannot lose track on these high-level discussions, whether what we're going to do, whether we shall reform or not. We have a number of tasks. My intent today was to bring 7 concrete points that we have to maybe work together, several countries and several organizations with Ukraine in order to take, deal with the concrete aspects that Ukraine is having right now in terms of humanitarian crisis, in terms of reconstruction, in terms of establishing a bright future for all the people of Ukraine. Let's focus on that. And of course, we can discuss, high-level discussions, philosophical discussions, but please try to come up with a concrete plan and something we can gladly put together and work together shoulder to shoulder with our friends of Ukraine. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Дякую. У нас, в принципі...
Thank you so much. And yes, indeed, we do have the plan. The peace formula declared by President Zelensky provides us with some specific items which can be operated in the actions planned, including those committed to by our friends, particularly the item 4, which is return of Ukrainian citizens from any kind of captivity. And I believe that on behalf of the Ukrainian government and the Coordination Center, we really would be welcoming more active and visible actions manifested and implemented by different countries, including the Middle East, Arabic countries, as well as the rest of the countries of the globe, inviting them to be more productive in such situation. I don't think we would be successful in successfully resolving everything associated with UN restructuring and reorganization as an objective. Nevertheless, we do see the need for future next steps to be constructive and also all-inclusive, to incorporate opinions, perspectives, and interests of other countries of the world in order to seek the balance and, first and foremost, make sure that we prevent any future international crime and armed conflict from happening in our current and future history. With that, I have ultimate pleasure of thanking all of you for attending this panel, and with that, please accept our invitation to join us tomorrow morning early enough to take part in the rest of our discussions. Thank you.